Hey chap, are we all ready? Are we excited? It's the day before the major. Put the song back on? Ah, come on, guys. Come on. You're gaslighting me. You tell me to start the stream, you drop me the boost, and then you tell me to put the music back on? Come on. Come on! It's a Hangzhou Major as well! Okay, so, wait. First question since you're here, Juby. Is this the correct mic angle? You guys can't see my mic, right? Juby was complimenting me. A rare Juby-based compliment. Now, my mic was no longer in the frame when I was doing the interviews, and that was easier from a thumbnail point of view. Good mic angle? Please stop shouting at me. Alright, progress. We're getting better. So, if you've been living under a rock, or several feet of rocks, or a different planet, or you've just been marooned in the woods for several weeks, you might not know it's the Hangzhou Major this weekend. Not just this weekend, tomorrow! We're less than 24 hours away. So, there's a few things I want to do today. A few things I want to do. Let me sort out all my tabs. I need to keep that tab very hidden. I need to actually just close this tab so I don't accidentally leak it. I've got to open again. Close that tab so I don't accidentally leak it. Why have I got all these dangerous to have things? Okay, that. All right. So, plan is we're going to watch a few of the SOOP replays because it's, I think, the closest we're going to get to any sort of insight into the comps and the meta, and at least in the case of a couple of teams, how we're playing. Probably going to focus on Virtus Pro because, let's be honest, Nightmare games were a little bit shit, weren't they? A little bit shit. You hear Zero talk after the interview, you hear Nightmare talk. They really feel like the performance they put on in SOOP didn't really represent their actual true level. Underperformed. Bright lights. So I think we'll focus on the Virtus Pro games because I think they'll just be more interesting to watch. And it'll give us obviously a very good insight into Virtus Pro. And I think T1 are probably playing comps relatively similar to a lot of what we'll see in Hangzhou. So, let's talk. Oh, so we'll do that. We've got the replay codes. We've got all this. I think if I do this, you can't see the web page. Not that one. That one. Now you can see the web page. I have some sick news. I shared my work with a Pugbot and the analysis page at a job interview, and I actually got the job. Nice. Congratulations! Oh, if anyone's watched the Uncoachable Q&A, you'll know how we all feel as a collective about getting a job. And if we can help you get a job, more than pleased. Congratulations. Deserve it as well. It's a good site. Reminds me we need to do some community pugs at some point in my lifetime. But yeah, well done. Good job. Do we get a commission? Presumably, yeah. Wait, hold on. Sorry, chat. Let me lock out for a second. I need to send this to someone. Alright. But yeah, no, congratulations, No Idea. I'm glad it helped you get a job. I remember a long time ago, I would do very similar things where I was trying to apply for jobs, and I would use some of my TF2 work as like, look, I'm a competent guy, I can function in the real world. So, sometimes work in esports can lead you to, yeah, TF2 mentions, can lead you to real world success as well. Could you edit your reaction over the SOOP finals, maybe for the VOD channel right now? I don't think there is a way to rewatch the SOOP finals on YouTube or Twitch. I don't think I'm allowed, Udman. I did talk to SOOP in the end, but wait, 2 seconds. Yeah, I tried to speak to SOOP, but it didn't really go anywhere, if I'm being honest with you. So I think, unfortunately, no solution. Obviously, it's not going to be a SOOP Cup for a while, and Western teams were only sort of, they sort of capitalised on the Western teams being there anyway. So the next SOOP Cup is probably only going to be Korea and China. So I figure we'll see what it's like when it happens. But I think my plan for next time would probably just to do the same, basically. Just do the sort of scuffed casting over the top, and people can kind of sync it up. Because when I was listening to I saw a couple of people talking about it, and it seemed like the sync kind of actually works. We can prepare some nicer graphics. Yeah, the only other thought I had, like an alternative solution, was we don't watch it live, and then I just cast the replays from the replay viewer, just like later that day or something, or when the replay codes are available. And then that way the footage is mine, I'm not using their production stuff and all of that. Can I not stream it on SOOP? Well, the thing is, if I want to stream it on SOOP, the problem is, for me, this is my full-time job, right? So I don't think it's reasonable to ask me just to do it all for free, basically. Like, obviously, I enjoy Overwatch and support the scene, but for me to keep contributing towards, I guess, Overwatch content, I need to make a buck somewhere across the line, So I talked to them about monetization options, and they said they provide a lot of things. But I think realistically, so SOOP do have a monetization program or platform, but I said, because obviously a big part of me is like, my audience, you guys are a Western audience, right? Like, when I look at my audience breakdown, I can see like the countries. It's very much like it's half North American / Canadian. It's half European in some form, or I guess EMEA as well. And there's like a decent number of Saudi viewers. But you thought we were all Korean? Oh, bad news. No, we're just all really good at Winston. That's all it is. We're not Korean. We just happen to also be good at Winston. But they said obviously their market is much more Eastern, right? SEA is their main market. They've got like a pretty big market within Thailand, but obviously as a percentage of my viewership, we're probably talking like less than 1%. Oh, thank you, Sparkies, for the 2 months tier 1. Welcome back. We're all Finnish. There is quite a lot of Finns here. So basically, when I said that, they were like, obviously they do provide this sort of monetization program, etc. But obviously, all the advertisers they're selling to want the SEA market, because that's why they would advertise on SOOP, because that's the main market they have. So I was like, it just feels like we're both aiming at very different things, and there wouldn't be anything that really came out of it that would lead to much monetization. Whereas I think if I do the sort of delayed co-stream, or like, the audio only or the cast only co-stream, or I just cast for replays at a later date, I think that probably feels like the best way for me to still show everyone the game, still cover the games, but not interfere with their copyright and their exclusivity, but also still provide like an English alternative. But I think in reality for them, the English market isn't one or the English speaking language market isn't one they're super interested in either. Like, they're happy to put it on, like they did with Ex Oblivion, but it's not something they're looking to invest in, I guess is the best way to say it. So, at least I got to have a conversation, and we'll have a bit more preparation time to have a plan B. Wait 2 seconds. Is it 6 a.m. BST? Yeah, DD. Some people were doing smart stuff, just like taking the video feed and both and combining it. Yeah, I mean, well, the nice thing, The nice thing about if I just casted for replays, so it was like a normal, exactly. The nice thing about casting for replays is it could just all be thing. The only problem would be the games wouldn't be live, so some people might have already seen the results, blah, 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 blah. The times for the games are so good for Australia. Early bird moment. Yeah, so I think the official, let me bring up the Overwatch League website where they've got their blog post. Because we should talk about, we'll do the SOOP Cup replays, but obviously they can happen when they ain't going anywhere. Where am I going? Viewer's guide. So, yes. It's starting super early tomorrow. I think 6 AM is the first match time, but the broadcast is starting about half an hour before that. Yeah, 1 PM China Standard Time. Let me get my time converter out. Where's China? Beijing? There we go. So Friday, 1 PM. Yeah, 6 AM. So I think the broadcast is actually starting slightly before this. And they're going to have a like a opening ceremony and stuff with players walking out and everything like this. Leaving the flight a bit late, aren't you? No, no flight for me. Not going to China. You know what I have though? I can't show you, but I can tell you. I can tell you, and I can raise your expectations. So I've seen the stage. I got a sneaky preview. Oh my god, you guys are gonna fucking love it. You guys are gonna fucking love it. I think it's so cool. I think this is everything. Now people have got, you know, boots on ground and all of that. I think it's this event's gonna be so good. I think. Right, I'm putting the message out there. Raise the expectation. Raise the expectation. Will Max be joining me for coach stream? No, he's got to work. He's got to work. But I do have some other special guests lined up. I'm hoping I can announce it at the end of the stream what the plan is. If not, it'll be later tonight. So keep your eyes on my Twitter if I don't tell you at the end of the stream. But I've hopefully got something I can announce to you guys. I mean, I don't know if it'll be the biggest surprise. You can maybe guess, but there'll be some good guests on there. Okay, so hopefully, if you haven't seen already as well. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm the special guest, yeah. Shout out, all of you guys are the special guests. You're all invited as well, of course. Do I make more money if I watch the replay on YouTube or Twitch? YouTube. Because wait, are my VODs, are my VODs still sub only? I know it's weird that I'm asking you guys a question when really it feels like I should be the one who knows the answer to this question. But, but on YouTube, because if my sub, so I guess if on you they are, yeah, so if you sub, you know, I'll get more money from that individual sub than I would for anything else. But I don't get any ad revenue from VODs on Twitch. But I do get ad revenue from VODs on YouTube. So YouTube will be worth more, but obviously if you buy the sub just to watch the VODs, then actually you'll end up giving more individually. But obviously, we got a good amount of subs, so I think a lot of people have access anyway. So, yeah. What order do you want to do this in? Do you want to look at some of the games first, some of the SOOP? And then we can... Maybe that'll give us, like, a bit of a grounding. So I've got the replay codes. Ooh. YouTube will get you through work. There we go. Yeah, so for the weekend as well, obviously, I know the time is... For everyone who isn't Australian, or Chinese, or Korean, or from that part of the world... Oh, thanks, Horrocks. Welcome back. I'm gonna I'll cover it all live, obviously. I'll run reruns basically 24/7, just because I know a lot of people are gonna miss the start of the games. The VODs are gonna go onto YouTube as well. The YouTube live VOD will be up immediately as well. So if you miss anything, there'll be plenty of ways to go back and watch it. Thank you, Reformed Verif as well. 13 months Prime. Or check for new stuff as well. I can check for new stuff. Or a train too. It's all kicking off. Alright, where am I looking? This reminds me as well, I need to update some of the data as well. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is nice. This bit's new, right? Team Falcon's signature hero, D.Va. That's gonna change this weekend. That's gonna change this weekend. Is it a secret weapon if it's your signature hero? Raise Alright, can you... Maybe guys can't see that quite as well. Hero performance. Let's see. Poor strengths, underused strengths. Wisely avoided. Oh, this is quite good, actually. So can you sort of... I kind of need to... If I do that... Oh, that's not helping.
We can't see shit.
Cheers, light. It's just my camera that's in the way, really. Can I just piss off for a second? If I piss off, and then I can't even scroll down anymore. But I'll talk you through this one. So we're looking at this graph on the right here, and we've got basically, I think it's a particular word is a scatter plot. And we've got core strength. So I think this is using basically win rate on the heroes they play. So we can see here, like we're looking at Team Falcons right now. Zarya is right up here. We've got underused strength. So basically comps they win on, but don't play that often. Sojourn, Hazard, even Lucio in here as well. And then we got wisely avoided, which is basically comps they really don't do well on. And then overused weaknesses. So heroes that they sort of struggle on, but they do play quite a lot. So interesting we see D.Va right up here in this one. And this is all what this is deviation from average team win rate. So above or below the average, essentially. So you can see stuff like Ramattra is right near the average. D.Va below the average, Zarya over the average, Hazard over the average, a bit surprising for Falcons. Then pick rate deviation from league average. Oh, okay, so this is compared to, like, if they pick it, so up and down is if they pick it more than the meta or less than the meta, and then left and right is whether it's above average win rate for them or below average win rate for them. So Sigma, they pick less than everybody else, but they also do worse than everybody else. I mean, chances are we've got all of a regular season in here, so this is mainly where they were getting fucking peppied, right? This is peppy represented in a graph. That's quite good. And then this one is map performance, which is just their map win deviation from 50%. So this is just their map win rate. What maps are they good at, bad at, right? And we can... Is this all the maps? I think this is all the maps, right? So you can see Lijiang Tower, Esperanza, Lijiang City. Up at what? This is from 50%, so this is like 70% win rate. Oasis. And these guys bums at Oasis. So, alright. If anyone is playing Falcons in the next 24 hours or so, absolute fucking bums on Oasis. We can even obviously chalk out some of these regular season ones. And then we go to playoffs. And it looks like... Oh, it took a while to update. Oh, okay. Oh, they didn't play Oasis in playoffs. But they're Samoa-based bums. But Samoa's not in the map pool. So actually, they've been saved. Other stats from all games, so unweighted. Yeah, so it's not like... So some of these wins, they might have a really high win rate, but maybe they've only played bad teams on it, which is like an important thing to factor in. But obviously, if we filter down to playoffs, we can sort of at least... We can raise the floor a little bit in terms of the quality of teams they play. I'm hoping to get SOOP Cup and stuff added to this as well. Because obviously it only gives a bit of an insight for Virtus Pro and stuff, but... Best map Gibraltar. They do. Oh, what can you say? They just keep winning it. What can you say? Every time they win it, it seems more and more unlikely. Hello, can I read? If so, what's a book you have read recently? From Big Book 12. I don't really read books. I listen to audiobooks, which I think it still kind of counts. But the one I've nearly finished it. It's called The Immortality Key. Is this going to try and sell us weed? No, surely it's not to sell us weed. It's going to sell us books, if anything. I like reading audiobooks too. You can see the sounds, you can do it. But The Immortality Key, it's I guess it's quite a dry book in terms of material, but it's all about the origins of religion and the religion that existed before Christianity really populated the world. So it's a lot of, I guess, like, historical, what's it called? What would you call it? Just like forensic archaeology and stuff, and trying to find traces of what are they doing on this. It's sort of it really leans into the idea quite a lot of all the sort of psychedelics they used back then, and the connection between the use of psychedelics and religion. So it's really interesting. It's obviously it's quite a long book and it's quite dry at times, but if you're interested in that sort of stuff, it's actually a really good book. Really interesting insights. Eating hash browns right now. Oh, it's not quite what I was trying to get at Turlands, but right ballpark. Speaking of psychedelics, time. All right. Crazy Raccoon. They always win Saravasa. They always lose Gibraltar. Noticing. Noticing. Oh, so you're using books to sell us psychedelics? I got a well done from Big Book 12. Thanks, Big Book 12. God, my need for approval from strangers is so desperate. Virtus Pro, best map Dorado. Obviously there is like a little bit of like, I don't think they played Dorado that much. Signature hero Mauga seems about right. Seems like in general, a little bit all over the place. BP is a dive team confirmed. Do you not remember that? They just played Mauga on Dorado. Signature hero Mauga. Yeah, I don't think all of NA data is up to... This is just playoffs, yeah. Yeah, I think if we... give it a sec to update. I think we'll update 4 times. That's 3. 1 more. Maybe it's got it. I mean, obviously, they just win everything, right? Like, they just won a lot of maps. You can also view it as a table as well. Oh yeah, and this the table's quite nice actually, because then I can see like number of times played, right? So I can be like, oh, they won the pool 100% of the time, but they only played it once. Doesn't not quite the same as winning 100% of your Samoas when you played 8 of them, you know? Rig win rate to the moon. Fix a gap. I wonder how they even gather this data because I watched one lately sports directly. Good question. It's me gathering it directly. Yeah, so I can show you. So there's 2 things we do because Toby does some stuff with the face it data, which is just sort of kills and everything. Hey Jarvis, where am I going? Database. But this is like a graphical representation of this spreadsheet I made with all the comps and stuff, and obviously keeps track of the win records and stuff. So it's basically turning all of this into a way more consumable format, right? Because if you've been on the stream before, you've probably seen me show you this spreadsheet before, and you probably had some version of an aneurysm or something. With all the colours, everything going on, it's good for finding very specifics, you know, if you want to like really deep dive a certain team, but not always good for the overviews. It's a lot of pretty colours. I know, colour coded, isn't it? So it's almost like, compared to what I used in Overwatch League with Power BI, it's probably a bit of a step backwards. But this is probably, this is like a step forward again that no idea is achieved. So what I'm going to try and do as well is going to try and keep this up to date throughout the weekend. Oh, I've gone to, what have I done? Oh, I did a thing I didn't want to do. There we go. There we go. We're going to keep this up to date over the course of the weekend, so we can sort of, then I presume, I don't know if there's going to need to be like this question for you, maybe no idea, if there's going to need to be like another checkbox here, and that is like major or something. I guess actually, no, you don't need to do that, right? If I just put, I mean, I'm probably going to add it as another tab. But it should hopefully pull it in a meaningful way. Okay, yeah, we'll get it set up and I'll get SOOP added. I'll probably do that tonight. Tonight maybe seems like the only place. Which means we should probably get a move on, right? Which means we should watch, not me play ranked, we should watch some good people play ranked, no? Alright, should we just start with Virtus Pro? Do we want to start with Virtus Pro winning? Or losing? Thank you, Young Beezy, for the 3 months Prime as well. Open the loot boxes? I don't even know the skins, guys. It's gonna be wasted on me. Wasted unboxing. Winning? Alright. Will it let me copy this? Surely it'll let me copy this. Okay. Ooh. There we go. Load in.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, so for whatever reason, it doesn't have all 4 map here from the grand final. So we'll miss the last one, but to be fair, the way this grand final went... Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong way around, aren't I? Oh, wait, no, it does have all of them. I just put in the wrong one. Oh, no, yeah. They're just in, like, they're just in a weird order. It's like, match... Wait. I put in the wrong one, haven't I? Yeah, they're in a bit of a weird order. But I can crack it. Because this most certainly isn't VP. Where's photographer? I should get my head back out of the way, no? Out of respect. So, basically, it's, this was game 1. When we go in. Or it's just missing. It's just one missing, isn't there? But we've got the game. We got. Is there no finals?
5.
Oh.
4, 3, 2.
I guess we're only going to watch them win in then. Hold on, let me do some digging.
Capture the objective.
It's going to be really scuffed now, though. I just presumed they were all there, yeah. I presume they would just update the sheet. The problem is... The problem is, everyone is now in China. And time of day, it's probably getting quite late in China. Let's see if anyone's on. I can ask this guy. Giveaway. I'd raise it to be above. But do you have the replay code sheet for weekend? I got one for Sundays. Codes and a link to it. All right. Well, we're gonna plan to start with this one. Yeah, I'll drop people a message and let's see what I get back. If not, we'll just watch a few of them and then we'll just sort of, what's the word? We'll accelerate a little bit and wait, hold on. This one straight away. Because everyone's in China now as well, I think like people's contactability. Yeah, and that's what I'm looking for, CB. But I don't know what the link is. Yeah. All right. I've messaged a couple of people. Let's see what I can get back. Maybe CB can clutch if she's really good. And then we'll start with these ones, and if we get the other ones back, cool, sweet, great. If not, we'll just work with what we got and we'll take it from there. Maybe we can even watch a little bit of Nightmare failing, I guess. Can Smash be a permanent member of Uncoachable? Maybe we can have a little Smash reaction pop up. I always enjoy Smash because sometimes we'll be on like a topic of sorts, and then he will what's this? Oh wait, this for oh, never mind, got it. Nice, Miller, big clutch. Let me just tell Smashy I don't need him anymore. Thank you very much. That's actually a lifesaver. All right, we are back on track. Good find. All right, so we'll keep. I guess we'll keep both of these open. I guess it still works. So we'll still start with them winning. Let me sort myself flashbang a little bit. Oh. Yeah, what I was gonna say. What do you mean? Gala can read. Gala can read. Gala is the sort of guy. Gala is just sort of like a happy guy. If you've ever met Gala in real life, you ever met him at Stockholm or something. Was he at Stockholm? Maybe it wasn't at Stockholm. Maybe he wasn't. If you ever met Gala, he's actually just happy all the time. You'll see it. You'll see it when we see him at the major, right? Just keep your eyes on Gala when the players are coming out and getting ready. He will be all smiles all the time. The inverse dong hack. What I was going to say about... what I was going to say about Smash was... What I enjoy about Smash is sometimes we'll be having a conversation on Uncoachable, and we'll be talking about something. And he'll just change the subject for no discernible reason. But he just like... The one on this episode that stood out to me, I can't remember exactly what it was, but do you guys remember the moment where we were just talking, and then he was like, I drink every day. Every day, April, I'm drinking. And I'm like... It's like, okay, I believe you, but I don't know. I don't know quite how we jumped to this point. But Smash is a good one. I think they'll do well. We'll talk about it more. I'll do a bracket prediction later. I'll do a bracket prediction later and we can talk about like the teams in more details. But I think Virtus Pro will do well in this event. And now, to immediately, you guys see my pen? You can't see my pen. To immediately back up that with some evidence, let's go watch what was one of the most satisfying wins over a Korean team I feel like we've ever seen a Western team achieve. Maybe since that fateful day a bunch of local lads took down the Atlanta Reign in playoffs. Get some angles and some bevs going. All right, let's go back a little bit. All right, so Orisa versus Ramatra. I'm still getting flashback. There's so much Son of you people. So pretty similar composition-wise. I think some of the big things that stood out, obviously, when we watched Virtus Pro play live is just the outrageous amount of value Fixer got. And it really felt like Vessler had a big frontline gap on everyone he played. So let's slow it down. We'll take the first neutral. In general, even though we've got slightly different tanks, slightly different backlines, these comps will play mostly the same. If anything, the person I would expect to have the hardest time in this matchup would actually be Fixer up against the Ram. Brig into Ram shouldn't be that easy a matchup, especially sort of double speed, lots of opportunities here to punish this Brig in some key situations. So we can slow down and watch it. It feels like Milgaro's actually used this form pretty early. Virtus Pro can concede a little bit of space. Top Dragon's on the flank. Vessler's now going to retake, and now Vessler has this angle here where he's got plenty of cover. Milgaro doesn't have any. Jaywoo's got this angle as well, and then they're going to put Milgaro in a bit of a position. And you can see actually Top Dragon's here on this side, but he's not really getting supported at all. Where is he? He's been forced to dash back as well. So you can see just nice and tidy from Virtus Pro, right? They do everything. They sort of take some side space here. They get an angle to clear main. Rounds is going on. They realize they're going to put a lot of pressure on Milgaru, and this frees up Fixer to really sort of almost take for Pierce and walk onto this Genji here. I mean, Fixer's going to really walk onto this Genji. Yes. The Genji has been successfully cleared by Fixer. All of a sudden, they have this complete right-hand side control. And actually, if I look at Wei right now, I'm kind of like, we're in a bit of a nothing position, really, you know? All this space, we're using both our backline here. Lee Min is an up here supporting Top Dragon. Aid's got like a really passive angle. And Virtus Pro able to take the space. Or retake the space. Relatively for free. They've cleared out Top Dragon. And now you can see, now they've got the angles. They're not looking to do anything fancy, anything fast, just... There we go. Give the angle on Milgaru. Shoot him, use the form out. Jaywoo's going to drop it. Fixer's going to realise that they've got all of this space. You see Top Dragon tries to relieve a bit of pressure walking forward. Jaywoo responds really well. And again, meanwhile, you look at, like, Vesta's being able to play his position. Way more than Milgaru is. The spear interrupts, the ramp block, everything like that. He'll get the Top Dragon kill. And then... After that, Milgaru has no cooldowns, he has no health, he has no anything. And all relatively easy cleanup from Virtus Pro from there. Alright, nice and easy. Overly passive from Wei. Now we see him try and do the same thing. This time, Shockwave's actually holding onto the high ground. He's going to drop down. Alright, it's a hazard swap as well, so now all of a sudden... Changes the matchup a little bit, where in reality, if they can go around and behind for Orisa, actually, you look at Brig, you look at Cass, these are all quite good targets for the Hazard to engage onto, especially as well if Top Dragon can find the same timing, 8 swings with a rail, everything like that. That's kind of the broad picture what Wei are aiming for. But if I'm Virtus Pro, it's can I stop them doing that? So you can see immediately Vestler's happy to walk into this Hazard, try and make his life hard. I think what we'll see as well a lot is when we're playing against the Hazard, is Vestler is going to be very focused on taking the tank trade. So again, they try and set up position. You see Jaywoo is going to respond onto this side. Again, happy to trade cooldowns. Backline from Virtus Pro leans the other way. Shockwave's going to run into Top Dragon. This time they do set up a little bit of a pincer right. Vestler tries to zone the Sojin, but they just don't, they're not able to pocket Shockwave through this. They back it up. Now, again, we're going to see Vestler. He's going to turn and try and boop in the Hazard. He really does boop in the Hazard. They chase him out. They don't get the kill. They can keep pushing. Even a player down right now. They're still able to get it done. Like, this feels better than Wayne in their first fight in terms of, like, Top Dragon's taking an aggressive position. He's flanked. Aid is actually going to swing up here as well. Don't know if he gets the kill on Gala. Unlucky not to get the kill on Gala. But Fixer's got the world's fastest rally. So they're just able to kill on point. Don't get the Genji, but then we're able to set up again. Use that quicker rally. I'm going to see a very similar looking situation. Jaywoo's going to try and mark this left-hand side. You can see Milgaru now. Obviously, his end goal is to get onto these people, but a lot of the time you have to try and clear a little bit of space for you as well. So it looks like he's going to jump onto Jaywoo now. Forces the deflect out. What the fuck? Oh, we need to be careful rewinding because the replay thing is still bugged. But it was absolutely outrageous here that Milgaru jumps onto Jaywoo, and it's Jaywoo who wins the HP trade. Yeah, Fixer's going to realise that as well. You see how Fixer, like, every time he's starting these back positions, but as soon as he realises there's some kind of trigger in his head, right? You know, like, often you'll see... Think when we had, like, the Malga meta at points last year and people were playing a lot of Juno Brig. As Brig, you always have to be respectful of Hazard, respectful of Ram, respectful of Malga, all these things. But as soon as you've seen these tanks have committed cooldowns, lost a bit of HP, you can feel empowered. And I think Fixer has really taken this to, like, an extreme that we've not seen out of a lot of Brigs before. Because you see as well, he kind of realises that Jaywoo's just won this fucking HP trade there. Malga can't do anything. I'm going to walk up, get involved with Jaywoo, try and turn something. And as such, Milgaru, he doesn't die, he can reset, but Virtus Pro get to hold all the space again, basically. Now we're going to try and swing a little bit onto Vestler. But Vestler's got like a really strong position here. He can just keep holding this. They're going to use Overclock. They're going to drop a wall at the choke. Fixer's going to get walled off, actually. But you see Gala's moved up. He's used the raid very aggressively here onto this, and Vestler can push with it. Jaewu is losing this side fight as well, I think. Presume Aid will get the kill. Yeah. Or gonna risk a rewind. We can get away with more rewinds at the start of the thing than we can later on. So get our use out of it while we can. Oh, chill out, Nightbot. Just going for it, isn't it? Alright, so yeah, here we go. Overclock's going to come in. Milgara goes for the same thing, opening up onto the Genji. What he really wants to do is just force the... It's meant to have been fixed, but it definitely still crashes for me on like some of the private coaching I'm done. So then, yeah, Milgara trades for deflex, so Jaewu probably just still too far forward. I don't know if in reality he was hoping to get involved, and the plan was to go with Ray Blade, so that's why he's still like further forward. Fixer goes to try and mark that. They walk forward with this. They all kind of get out of this. Shockwave gets left behind. And the kite's quite nice, you know? Like, Gala moves forward from this Ray, but everyone's already taken the side space. Milgara and Top Dragon have gone round. They kind of end up pushing a whole lot of nothing. Maybe they can catch Felucio, maybe not. First probably not going to give the flip. Vester's going to get on. It's a really hard fight now, obviously. You lose both your DPS. Backline's going to get walled off. You see Milgara's just going to sort of turn. Vestler's been isolated. Should be easy enough. Clean up, they'll just die on point. And actually a pretty bad fight for Virtus Pro long term, because now they still have other ults, but they have to push into the Terra Surge, etc, etc. Oh, sorry, push into the Ray, rather. That's the big worry for Virtus Pro. So they're going to give a bit of space here. I'm really expecting, because they have the Ray, now actually, Wei are just going to fight in this area and go forward. So they get a slash. Vester's going to try and push back Milgari. They're going to drop the High Noon. Now the Ray comes through. Terra Surge again. They're just trying to make it so, you know, they can't just all walk forward in this Ray uncontested. So Lee Min-Min's going to beat as well. Beat's going to catch everyone. Downpour comes out too. All very expensive, really. Don't know if the Downpour's going to catch anyone. Looks like the answer is no. And you can see now how, even though they've used the Ray, they've used the Beat, all they've really done, they've ended up wasting so much time on Vestler. So Vestler's really managed to trade for, like, they use the High Noon. So then Shockwave uses it here. This forces, or at least baits, the Ray push to come out here from Wei. And then as they try and walk forward with the Ray, Vestler's going to Terra Surge. And they end up trading 2 for 1. But the fact that they get the Beat is kind of like a piss take, honestly. The fact that they also get the Downpour, bit of a piss take. But essentially, Virtus Pro have controlled when this fight has happened. Because they've started with the High Noon early, they force Wei to make a decision on whether we respond or do we just concede for space. And if you're going to respond, you can respond, but you really need to make sure you still get value out of your ults, you know? Vestler's going to mitigate a lot of that. He is going to die. But I think when you look at how the ult trade went, more than happy with it from Virtus Pro's point of view. Again, some of the mitigation you can do if you're Wei, you can either just choose to disengage for High Noon and say, we'll concede a bit of space, but as soon as that High Noon runs out, we'll push immediately with Ray afterwards. So when they High Noon here, you might just go, okay, we'll just all D-peek the wall. Then as soon as they try and cross like this line, then we're going to Ray push or something. Or you just start further forward and you get to take the fight on your own terms. Like, generally speaking, what's so nice, one of the big advantages of defense is not just you get better position, but you normally can also dictate if you want to fight early or slow it down or disengage. You get a bit more choice around those things. So now they come back and it's now Rally Blade versus a whole lot of nothing. So this is a fight we're looking at from Wei. Like, we just need a miracle. Or we need to try and force something early and disengage. One or the other, but a really tough fight for Wei. You see Top Dragon and Milgari, they're going to swing out early, but Jaewoo's going to dive in, starts popping the blade. All over the Sojourn, catches the Sojourn, little deflect, catches 2. And again, just feels like, you see how, like, you know when Wei sort of like poke their heads out here? Was like, we're not actually trying to surprise them and go early or force anything or make a really messy trade fight. we're just kind of standing in space and then letting Virtus Pro. Like, so far this Oasis, it just feels like way of let everything happen to them. Every fight has been on Virtus Pro's terms. Whether they won or lost it, Virtus Pro have got to dictate a lot of where the fight happens, how it goes. And then from here, it's just rally against the players staggering off the point. So it's all just a matter of time. Right, nice and easy.
Ready for battle.
Alright, let me go to the city centre. Now this is what I thought, like, actually all of a sudden this is where this is the map that should be hardest for this is the map that should be hardest, or the round that should be hardest for Virtus Pro. No, earlier fixed. It's 6 AM British time the first game. But I think there's gonna be a bit of an opening ceremony beforehand. Alright, so now all of a sudden they're going to be playing a Bull, Pharah, Sojourn comp. Super powerful on this map. So much space for your backline to rotate into. So much space for your Pharah to play in. And all of a sudden, if this comp is trying to walk forward and push the backline to deal with space, it can be very, very tricky for him. But I think if I remember right, it's a while ago now, but I think Virtus Pro end up playing a lot around this high ground. So again, sort of eyes on full formation. They're just playing relatively low distance, but you can see actually, if I like zoom out, we call this the Smash view. If you watch the game from here, this is how Smash watches the game. But all of a sudden, if I'm Virtus Pro, I don't feel great about this, right? I've got the Sojourn bearing down on me, the Pharah bearing down on me. This bloody ball can boot me into something at any point, you know? And it all starts to feel like all starts to feel a little bit of a spooky situation. So if we're going to try and slow it down, clear the ball a little bit first. Bit of a game of cat and mouse. You can see where the Virtus Pro backline. The nice thing about dipping to Nis is you're actually quite safe from everything, right? You can de-peak the Pharah damage for free. Obviously, Aid's walked up quite high to swing, but you're only dealing with one of the three threats as opposed to all of them. Aid's going to get forced back. Javelin's going to hit on the way out. All right. I mean, that just helps, doesn't it? In theory, it should be quite hard to deal with a lot of these angles. Hey, Sans. A lot of the time. If you just do that, I guess it's really fine. If you just win the poke battle against the Sojourn, I guess it's really fine. And now Vesta's going to walk onto point. And you can see again, there's sort of like these three-person groups. And I think we're going to have like this three-person backline sort of rotate between like safe areas like here, or even the high ground. Vesta's going to be very much just the anchor on point, you know, never let it flip, don't let him steal that, blah, blah, blah. Look to pressure out anyone he sees, basically. And I think Jaewoo's role is probably quite free in terms of, again, he wants to find, can I pressure a Genji, can I pressure this? But it can be quite opportunistic. So they walk forward now, dealing with the ball. Fix is going to mark a roll through. Everyone's going to branch out onto point. I think they probably still gave it. I know they're down a player, but I think they still gave it up probably quite easy here, Wei. And now you see, once they have a little bit of space, Jaewoo's going to just sort of dive, take a fight onto the backline. Doesn't even necessarily need to win it, but just harass the backline, make their life a little bit harder. Gala's had to go for a very scary rotation, so they've rotated from like here to here, kind of to here, and now they're going to try and go under here. So they're actually trying to rotate into the backline almost. They're going to force Valkyrie out. Ball Slam's going to come through. They're all okay, just about. Now they're going to reposition onto the high ground. This is now a much nicer position for backline to play from. Vesky's just walking around killing people as well. Obviously, we saw Valkyrie have their cooldowns forced by Jaewoo. It's actually just all this stuff we're talking about, like where they want their backline to play and all, you know, these safe positions. But Vesta's also just walking around and getting picks across the map, which is why this first part felt so easy. Again, Fix is going to match the boop. Shockwave's going to hit the punish.
How's it going?
Nice and easy.
Hey.
And now this is where it gets really annoying for Wei, because the Virtus Pro backline can choose where they play. They've got control of point. That's like an anchor this point for forever. This time we're going to see slight difference. So Lisa Min again playing the flank, Top Dragon playing independent angle, Maka playing independent angle. Milgaru, again, the same thing when we see Crazy Raccoon play the ball comp. The idea is the same, right? Like the number of times, think back to some of those times we saw Crazy Raccoon play. How many times would you see Charong just diving with his ball? Or pushing up with Lip, or pushing up with whoever, you know? Like, the Lucio can almost play a very aggressive role. When you have Yana, but especially when you have the Kiri as well. Oh, thank you, Ziggy. Welcome back. So as you can see, again, they're trying to take all these independent angles. Jaewoo's just going to fight for 1v1. Like, it's not an easy job for Jaewoo, because he's just been, he's got, like, minimal support, you know? And you can see, actually, here, this time, they're going to overwhelm, basically. They're going to try and... They spot Jaewoo on the flank. He's trying to mark a side, so they're going to try and punish him instead. Fixer, again, marking the ball, just doing his job. And then Vesser's going to respond. It all sort of happens here, you know? Like, they overcommit to... They commit to try and punish Jaewoo after he takes a fight. Then everyone pulls themselves back over. We saw Virtus Pro do this multiple times against Wei, where, okay, maybe Jaewoo's going to get caught now, right? They managed to overload him on the flank. But then all of a sudden, if you just look at if you look at all the Virtus Pro, all the blue circles, just watch. As soon as this happens, Vessler's going to go, and everyone, like, Fixer's bashing over there. Like, they all commit on this position, right? Because they know that in reality, if it's just 5 people fighting on top of 5 people, or in Virtus Pro's 4 people fighting into 5 people, if we're just taking an all-out brawl, this is a brawl comp. This is why it's called a brawl comp. They're good at these type of fights, you know? Like, actually, the type of fight Wei want is one where Virtus Pro are just in a little ball here, and they've got, like, a multi-angle approach, you know? So as soon as it descends into a fight here, in this area, should start to favour Virtus Pro. Barrage comes through, Torpedo swing from Gala, Fixer, gonna hit the bash, kill Top Dragon. Vessler still dies, but they found a couple of trades. Now Maka is trapped in. Shockwave's gonna spot behind him. I don't think he actually had to. And they've not conceded a flip. And now it's City Centre, so it's so hard to flip a point unless you have a significant advantage. And again, Virtus Pro reclaim the high ground, start the fight again. Vessler and Jaewoo rushing back to position. This time it looks like all of Wei are coming to overload here, so Virtus Pro again, they're just going to keep playing essentially the far side of the map, you know, keep giving themselves space. And generally it feels like what they want is, because we saw them go this side, but I think they're almost just playing opposite side of a Pharah every time. So rather than having to play here, and the Pharah's just like popping up from these walls and dealing with you, or you're playing in here and the Pharah's like peeking down from these rooftops, just keep moving backline to the opposite side of a Pharah. It's just, we used to do it on London all the time. If we ever saw a Pharah, just opposite side of a point, opposite side. Never play the same side of a Pharah. And it's simple, really. It's just, it's easier to dodge a rocket when you see it coming from here and you're standing here, right? Your chance to move out of the way should be a little bit higher, hopefully. Whereas if you are standing here and the rocket's just like, he's going to peek over this wall and shoot a rocket. Fuck, if he hits it, you know? So again, the backline rotates to the opposite side. Shockwave on a little bit of a split angle, but they force Milgaru away. Top Dragon's going to get on top of him again. They actually just kill Milgaru through all of this. And again, what's Jaewoo doing? Just kind of this independent role. He's getting the occasional pack. Just threatening the backline. You know, like, Jaewoo's not actually found a kill in any of these situations, but he's just keeping people occupied. And if Jaewoo is trading his cooldowns with someone, it means it's someone not looking at his, like, important players. Maybe this time he'll get a kill. Not quite. And again, all of a sudden, once Milgaru dies especially, it means this back core that we talked about quite a lot, like Shockwave, Gala, and Fixer, they can work and, like, push into things. And again, you see it's like a, where is he? Where are Virtus Pro playing? What have they gone? They started back here. The Pharah comes over this way. They kill the ball, so they have a bit more freedom anyway. But again, just fucking leave the Pharah, you know? Just walk away from the Pharah. And then if a Pharah has to chase you in these positions, all of a sudden, Gala, Shockwave, it's like easier shots to hit. Shockwave's going to walk forward, and it's just over, right? It's just over before it even really starts. And alright, nice and clean. Where am I going? Let's see. Where are we going? Do we want to watch the Circuit Royale? Because I feel like the Circuit Royale is like the least interesting. It was like a great map to watch, but I feel like if I want to watch any Circuit Royale, maybe it's the one where they play against the Winston, right? So let's do that, and then we can move on to the grand final. I'm just going to go top up my water and stuff. It's quite warm. So I'll play an advert so we don't have to when I'm back. Yeah, like the circuit was an entertaining watch, but I don't think it really teaches us anything about Virtus Pro necessarily. So yeah, let me grab a drink, and then we can go straight back into this one. Where am I going? That one. Oh, right back. Oh, I may need to fix that. I'm back. Ooh. I didn't realize there's a whole bold category on Twitch. Yeah, I think that's my main marketplace really. Oh, wait, hold on, let me just respond to. Ooh. How does Vixen manage to be so aggressive without inting? So it's all about playing the situation in front of you, right? Like, I'm sure we've all experienced it, either yourself or a brig on your team in ranked. Feels like they can just walk in and fight something. They walk in and they just fucking die. Where is my brig going? What is my backline doing? But if you notice, and we saw a few examples on Oasis, but I'm sure we'll see it in this matchup as well. Because while brig matches up badly into the Orisa, in terms of a straight up fight, it's all about has a key cooldown been used. If Orisa has no cooldowns, if a Genji has no cooldowns, or whatever it is, all of a sudden you actually just win that fight. If you play your shield correctly, you can have a really big impact, especially if invariably the brig's always going. We'll see probably Fixer play a lot of like Jwoo's timing as well. But if the other people have used cooldowns, all of a sudden, if you're standing at the back of say the enemy team is on this corner, your team's holding this corner, there's some sort of like tanks trade happening here, then all of a sudden, all the cooldowns or the ults are traded in this fight. All of a sudden, oh, okay, if I stand at the back of a map, I'll get to play my life. I'll be safe. I won't int. But everyone's used all their fucking cooldowns. They're a bit low. I can walk forward. And it's all about reading those windows where they don't have cooldowns. I can walk forward. Or they might have some of their stuff coming back up. Or they have ults. I have to take a bit of a back step, you know? This is what Fielder's so good at. This is why Falcons were so good at so much of Amalgametas. Is because Fielder was able to get... Like, Fielder got all these value being aggressive, you know, but he recognized in these situations he can be aggressive. So it's all just about, I mean, I guess all of Overwatch is, but it's all about game understanding and reading the situation in front of you.
3, 2, 1. Objective.
Alright, so now we're over onto an Orisa mirror. Peppy was in for circuit, wasn't he? And now he's going to stay in, but play the Orisa mirror. Now two slightly different versions of the composition. Top Dragon's going to play the Mei, which we saw a decent amount of in the SOOP Cup. I think the Mei's much better into... Really, I think it's much better into the Ram than it is into the Orisa. We're going to see an initial wall come up. It's a little bit early from Top Dragon, right? Just in terms of when you wall something, you either want to, of course, because this is true of Ram, true of Orisa. These tanks don't fucking die, do they? They've got so many cooldowns, fortify, spin, block, everything, shield, save their lives, right? So if you wall super early, you can maybe force some of those cooldowns, but you can't get the kill. If you take a bit of a neutral first, say Peppy trades some of these cooldowns, then you wall a little bit later, all of a sudden then there's a kill opportunity. Because not only is Vest going to hit the spear, as he so often likes to do, and then, look, like the wall's broken, and Vest has now used his first cooldown of the fight. So you've traded wall for spin, so you still have a cooldown advantage, right? Like Peppy has more cooldowns, but it's not fatal damage, or you're not putting them under like maximum pressure. Because in reality, this type of comp, Vesper's quite happy for it to be a slow and pokey fight, because it gives time for Shockwave to find value, it gives time for Jwoo to just soften everyone up with rockets, etc. But they do have to concede a little bit of space. Way have more of the map, at least off that wall. You can see as well, Aid's playing over this hand side, so all of a sudden if we do Smash View, and we look at who's got better control of the map, the answer is, of course, Way. Like, they have more control of this angle. Fixer's going to try and mark it, but he can't really fight Aid at this distance, you know? So Virtus Pro needs to do something to sort of open up the map again. I think in reality, some kind of push towards Aid, clear this angle out, then maybe suddenly if Farah's playing this. The replay's jittery. Let me see. My task manager. Ooh. Wait, let me go back a second. Oh yeah, it's like really maxing out my GPU. Hold on, let me... If I turn off this, means you might hear my mouse and keyboard a little bit more, but maybe it makes everything a little bit smoother. Let me go back and try again. That feels smoother? My GPU at 72%, 69%, 71, 78, 79, 92, 87, 88, 94, 97, 94, 96, 98, 94. Does it stay smooth? All right, it's we're getting close to 100%, but I think we're not quite hitting it. Yeah, okay. So you might hear. So basically, what I turned off is my NVIDIA broadcast, which is like some AI background noise remover thing, but it uses the GPU to do it, and hence an NVIDIA product. So it's just putting me over the edge slightly. Classic AI, exactly. I should just employ a hardworking real human person to remove the background noise from my microphone. So then Top Dragon's going to drop this wall. Wait, let me put this up there as well. Top Dragon's going to drop this wall, or put up this wall. I think maybe more to live or anything. Obviously, this wall doesn't actually give them any value. You see Shockwave is now fighting this side, but you see Lee Su-min's really responded to this. And it's actually Virtus Pro who are losing the side fight right now. Wall comes out, they're going to spin forward. Vestler tries to walk, take a little bit of space. Jaywoo's going to come out. Could have been a little bit more aggressive. I think, you know, I'm maybe looking at Jaywoo and Shockwave to either, like, I want one of them to push this angle. Maybe in this, like, specific situation, it should be more Jaywoo. But they are going to push back out, but Aid has the angle and he kills Jaywoo out of it. So I think Jaywoo's making the right move, but you get shot in the head, you know? And again, Fixer, like, how's he been so aggressive? He's just realized there's, like, nobody here, you know? Like, he's seen the Orisa sort of DP here. He saw the cast was on this angle earlier, so all of a sudden, he realizes he's actually in a situation where, fuck it, I can push for Juno. Obviously, the Juno's going to get away. Now he's going to turn back and go onto Top Dragon. Top Dragon's going to wall himself out. They'll break the wall. Can they kill Top Dragon? Just about kill Top Dragon. And again, you see, like, it feels like Fixer's been really aggressive in these situations, but with the power of, like, the God View overhead, actually, Fixer's never been in any danger in any of these fights he's taken, right? When he pushes for Juno out here, there's actually acres of fucking space for him to walk into. When he walks out in his choke, again, it's just acres of space for him to walk into, you know? So it's all about reading when basically their team has to be passive or their team has to deep-peek or whatever it is. Exploiting that timing to find more value. Now we're going to move over to Shockwave's side. I think Shockwave's going to lose for Jewel. This is where they sort of get pulled in two different directions, right? Like, both of them go to help Shockwave, but Vess ends up sort of on an island on his own. So maybe if we go back. There's like a moment here. Vess can't quite get the kill. He really wants to get the kill. He thinks they can keep pushing. He's still taking a lot of pressure. He's going to have to spin out. Then it's just this moment where basically the supports, yeah. Like, both teams trying to do the same thing, essentially, right? Like, they get forced all the way back here way. They stabilize, they heal up. Then they realize that's their chance to repush. But the backlines had, like, we need to help Shockwave, but we need to help Vestler. Just pulled in two different directions. A's even going to find the kill and get out. Now you can see, again, the same things happened, right? VP just getting pulled in two different directions at the same time. Pepe's going to find the kill. And obviously they had player advantage during all of this as well, right? So if the fight's getting pulled in two different directions and you've got player advantage, you've just got more people to send in both those directions. Simple math and that. So they get themselves on the front foot. Both teams going to come back out. Aid is on this long flank, so Way are happy to concede a little bit of space because they're trying to set up Aid here. Aid's going to pop the high noon early. He's not trying to really get kills with this. You can see he's actually playing quite a passive angle because he has to be worried about Javelin or people just shooting him. But they can force them all back. So again, if we look at who's got control of the map, suddenly these guys have been backed into this room. Everyone's backing up this way. Just have to concede the space. And they'll just try and disengage behind in for free. But Way are quite happy with this trade because they should get checkpoint out of it. Now you can see Ada's again. Same thing he was doing on the first fight, same thing he did on this fight. Trying to dominate the flank. And again, look at Wei in general. They're playing quite a wide fight here, quite an angle-based fight. Which is interesting, really, when I really think about, like, there should be more timings here for, like, for Mei and Orisa to try and get value in the front line. But now both teams trying to do the same thing, essentially, right? Like, Jay was threatening this angle, A's threatening this angle. It'll kind of come down, I imagine, to a little bit of who gets the most value out of their side. Shockwave's going to high noon back. He's going to get stunned. Again, you see how Shockwave didn't do one as safe as Aid. All of a sudden, Pepe's already walked up a little bit. Vester's going to try and make an aggressive move, but doesn't really connect onto anything meaningful. Pepe sort of walked over the backline. The rest of them are going to try and, again, you see like the Virtus Pro backline, like same thing they were doing versus for Farah on City Center is, oh, a DPS is flanking here. All right, can we go and kill the DPS? If we can, cool. But in this situation, he's on high ground, he's hard to push, blah, 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 blah. Can we just rotate the other way? So this one, to be fair, this whole thing doesn't look too great from Virtus Pro, right? Because they swing out here with high noon, but they're trying to swing this way as well. Shockwave doesn't have enough cover. They just got to get caught in the middle of everything. So now just playing for trades if they can, Virtus Pro. No trades coming. And all of a sudden it feels like way back in the series. Alright, we're going to meet at the choke. Big ult fight. Both support ults. Terror Surge up. Top Dragon has the Blizzard advantage. Jay was going to swap onto the Mei of his own here. Fix is going to start the rally. Wait, let me... Oh, doesn't crash. Is Fix use second? Use second, but just isn't scared. Hits for whip shot there. Sees that Lee Min stopped up. Yeah, so he just pops it first. Lee Min tries to respond, but he's just... They all peek it very aggressively. Just a rally gap, really. Spots the opportunity. You see both Briggs have the same kind of idea of walking up and using their rally to start the fight. Then they drop a Terror Surge as well. Forces the ice block. Doesn't get the kill, but now Top Dragon is stuck hopelessly behind enemy lines. Another bash onto Top Dragon. No way to use that ultimate. And they clean everything else up, but really all started from that big rally. VP get the stabilize. And again, what should have been like a big ult trade, layered support ults, layered raise, everything like this, and really would have favoured them in the long run. Fixer just spots the opportunity, takes it first. Now retake, still ult advantage, of course, for Wei. So VP need to consider either playing a really slow fight or just playing to disengage. The way VP are set up right now is like, you know, it's now we're just in a Mei mirror, how everyone's formation has kind of contracted a little bit. High noon swing from A to get a bit of space. Wall off onto the high noon. We're going to try and go left, but VP are just going to try and disengage this one. They do disengage it. Now they push with Ray. Compare this to the Oasis City Center site, right? On the other side, where, what do you call it? Where Wei tried to start with the... No, sorry, where Virtus Pro started with a high noon, and the Ray came back immediately from Maka. Got a message. I'll respond to it after. But now, they wait out the high noon, then they try and take the Ray fight afterwards. Again, Maka has the Ray to mirror. All eyes on Top Dragon to get this Blizzard off. Vester's going to try and just push past it here, and he's found like this weird situation where he's isolated them. Again, Virtus Pro, they know they're taking this Ray trade, but they have to be so cautious of the Blizzard getting thrown down and all of it. Blizzard's going to come out on point, but again, if I look at Virtus Pro, considering this is a Ray trade, they know the fight that's happening, right? Like, if I look at everyone's position, no one is actually playing to be in this Ray. Like, they're expecting... My PC's dying again? Fuck. There was like an NVIDIA update. Oh, where am I going? I don't know if that's, like... messed with it. Yeah, it says my encoder is depreciated. Deprecated? Deprecated? No, depreciated. It's alright. Hopefully it won't be too bad. We're only watching a replay, so hopefully it won't be too bad going sort of in and out. I don't know if there's a way to like turn it or play around with it without restarting it. You appreciate it? Cheers. Alright, we'll just plow on through. Oh, what's that? Is there anything else that I've got running that maybe is taking and it needs to? Bye. Oh. Can I? No, not that. I just exit it. I close that. I close that. I close that. Oh wait, I know what I can maybe do. Hold on, I've got one. If I turn off a preview, that should hopefully save a little bit as well. Oh, the link doesn't work. Hold on. It'll be because it's like accidentally connected to replace it, right? Okay, I think I've solved some of the bandwidth thing because now my OBS isn't showing me a preview. Yeah. What was it under the drop command? Drops. There we go. Do you have issues? Yeah, when I've been doing private coaching this week, it still happens to me. So we're getting. That's why we're trying to be cautious with the how much we're rewinding and stuff. Shout if you ever can't see anything because I don't have the OBS preview anymore. So if I'm ever on the wrong scene, you guys are gonna have to be my eyes and ears on that point. Okay. So where were we? So yeah, raid trade comes through. Virtus Pro clearly aware of the ult situation, all playing to avoid Top Dragon's Blizzard. Wellness trade happens. They all successfully do that. They all disengage. Vestas even managed to sort of just push through, take different space. They have stolen the robot though, but ult situation-wise, they've sort of recovered. Hiding swing from Shockwave. They just catch them late on the rotation. Opportunistic from Shockwave because everyone's not quite in position for Virtus Pro. But they've done loads of damage. Now all of a sudden, what a way up to. Like, Lee Soo-min is on the flank. Peppy is 1 HP. Desperately trying to stabilize. And they should just be able to win this without using any ults, really. Yeah, Peppy's just dead. They lose Fixer, which is a bit of a pain, but again, very well handled. Very well handled, but considering a difficult ult situation. You need to, if you put it on, there's a command. If you've got Epic Pen added to your OBS, and then you go to properties, if you change the capture method to Windows 10, 1903 and up, then that'll have it work. All right, so now Blizzard advantage, Terra Surge versus Blizzard advantage. So should still be ult advantage, I think, really, for Virtus Pro as long as the Blizzard connects. Again, all these ultimates, same as support ultimates, can we force a cooldown, right? We saw Top Dragon use his Blizzard before. No one had used any cooldowns. No one was like trapped in it. So Jay just ice blocks and lives it. So eyes on Virtus Pro. How quickly do they invest with Blizzard? Maybe specifically how quickly. Like, what does Jay look like? The Cass is probably his best target. Throws a wall out. Terra Surge comes out. He tries to push it on the backline. Gala's going to get himself around the corner. Vesta, on the other hand. Okay, so Vesta's going to drop his Terra Surge as well. He pulls for Brigand as well. Gets the Mei, forces the ice block crucially, right? So you notice how, like, now all of a sudden, Jaywoo's Blizzard is wide open. He's actually going to throw it onto the right side here. Okay, so they had two options, right? They force the ice block, start with Terra Surge first. Then they could just Blizzard Top Dragon afterwards. But either way, he just spots an opportunity onto the Cass. Here's thinking about this one. Spots an opportunity onto the Cass. Even body blocks Lee Soo-min a little bit. So he ends up getting 2 for 1. And at the same time, Push forward, killed for May as well. Vessel did after forcing the ice block with Terror Surge. Are the codes available anywhere? Yes. Oh, did I close the thing now? Let's see. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. That one. Alright, next fight then. Alright, high noon swing, nice and early from Shockwave. Again, just want to force objective with this if they don't get a... If you don't get any kills, really don't mind, just trying to slow it down. Now this time, Lee Soo-min's actually going to rally first, gets the bash onto Fixer. High noon swing's getting blocked by Maywall's, like very similar looking fight, right? Both teams try and do this. High noon commits, Ada's still swinging. You see Fixer trying to shield a little bit of it. Vesta actually gets all the way through, finds the cancel in all of this. While Shockwave gets out sort of scot-free. Doesn't find any kills, but he gets out for scot-free, and now we can sort of play in this flank. Fixer desperately trying to live. Ray comes through from Gala. Jay-Woo's going to get a result. And honestly, it's just Vesta finds the cancel, finds the kill. Slightly quicker Ray charge as well. And just easy cleanup from there. Yeah, I really felt like Fixer was like, it was like really scary because he gets bashed as well as he pops for rally and the high noon's coming around the corner. But there's like small moments in these chaotic fights where Vesta's just able to find the cancel, Fixer's managed to avoid dying, all of this type of stuff. And all of a sudden, Virtus Pro fighting for lead. Don't have any ults though, so Ray, Terror Surge have to play a disengage. Why are you going to wrap around this side? So then all of a sudden, Virtus Pro's idea of maybe playing a fight and disengaging can't really happen. If they want to disengage, they have to disengage this way. And they have to give up cart control for it. So they deny the flip. They drop the Ray. Fixer's going to bash out. Shockwave is also low. Yeah, and the Ray fight. Torpedoes get a lot. Vesta's walking in trying to force a kill. Mac has still got his Ray though. And they won't get lead. But it was a Ray fight versus a non-Ray fight. Nice little flip from Way, honestly. Did they leave the Sojourn behind for that kill? What do you mean? Oh, let's go back. Go all the way back. Yeah, probably actually you're right. Good spot. Like they're doing this flip. So 4 of them are going this way, but A's going to play sort of a solo flank. So as Virtus Pro try and back up, all of a sudden for aid, it's probably just going to look quite juicy, right? In terms of people are walking into him. Like he misses that opportunity. He doesn't do a huge amount in the end, right? But he set himself up for a good position. So actually, yeah, nice little fight setup by Way. Good flip. Good keeping someone behind. And they've got the Ray advantage. They convert it like, relatively efficiently. Then Virtus Pro going to take this next fight on mid. Aid is already again like it's just Aid all over, right? Just long independent angle. Happy to take the jewels. Happy to fight people. Wall and disruptor shot onto Vessler. He's just going to use this opportunity to go forward. Maybe there was an option here for Top Dragon to like use the wall here with the Terror Surge more. Like instead of like when Vest makes his move, if he can find a wall here or something, just so when people try and back or like roll back or bash out or whatever it might be, slide out, it just makes it a little bit harder. Terror Surge going to be used. Blizzard in response from Top Dragon. Pepe's going to push everyone out of the Blizzard. Then he's going to suck them back into the Blizzard. Oh wait, I remember this fight. So they kill Lee Soo-min because I think this combo right now, I actually just thought they won the fight here, Way. You know? Like, they get Terror Surge, but they get the Blizzard off. This combo's going to go down. Shockwave's going to freeze. Shockwave is dead. Fixer's dead. And now this is what? A 4v3? 4v3. Jay-Woo nearly has Blizzard. Pepe's a little bit low. But Vesta's looking a little bit isolated. Gala is just sort of playing for his life. No ice block on Jay-Woo. Yeah, maybe it's just like a slightly wrong target selection from Maka, like just can't quite pocket Pepe, and then we're just in a 3v3 situation. I don't know if Pepe had like any more cool. Yeah, he's just used everything, right, to go in with that Terror Surge. So again, maybe more of it just comes down to like individual things. The fact that Lee Soo-min gets caught in the Terror Surge is probably avoidable. You know, if Top Dragon's in it because you want to Blizzard it, that's really fine. So now it's a 3v3. And I think this is this just where Vessler takes over? Yeah. And that's a super important fight as well, because that was like a big combo invested by Wei to not really get all that much. Alright, overclock on the high ground. A just with a pick out of nothing. This is a real that's a real shame for Virtus Pro, because look at the ults, right? They would have been big favourites to win this next fight. So they have to regroup, take it on mid again, maybe concede a little bit more space. They still have Ray and everything when they meet on the corner.
This ends now.
Overclock comes out. Vess is going to try and make some money moves onto this. Gala's going to use for Ray to keep pushing. Where's Gala right now? Right, just around the corner. Torpedoes come out. They try and disengage. Again, reasonable enough fight from Wei, right? Start with Overclock, try and force out one of the scarier ults and then back it up. And they get the trade they want him, mostly Wei. Top Dragon. Where am I going? Oh, there he is. Top Dragon's playing the inside position. There's for Ray. Yeah. I mean, it's just like, you see sort of, you can hear the Ray come out, and like instinct just has to be back, 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 back. He sort of takes like a slightly longer path. Fixer's here to punish. Yeah, Fixer's just all the way. And then Fixer realizes it's not just all the way. Everyone's here. I might as well do it all. And they just keep pushing. You see, I'm trying to think, which team was it? It was Falcons who used to do this all the time, like Malga meta or another version of the Brawl meta, is whenever you get these ult situations, especially when teams have ult disadvantage, right? So something like the situation Wei were in. They might start with their high noon, their overclock, not really attempting to push, but they're just pushing enough to force out one of the support ults, then they'll try disengage, right? And if a team's good, and Wei aren't a bad team, they can normally do that, right? And they actually did that for the most part. Like, Top Dragon maybe makes a bit of a meal of it. But what Falcons did especially well back at Stockholm, and really kind of just in general, is once this trade happens, they realize once Wei in this situation have disengaged, right? If you still have more ults, fuck it, you can keep pushing, right? Don't give them... What Wei would like to do after they do overclock for Ray is just to reset the fight completely. Let's get our cooldowns back, we can take another neutral, we can play again, etc. But if you have ult advantage, fuck it, or more ults to keep pushing with, keep pushing. They don't have everything like that. Like, keep the tempo high, basically. You know, when you have a small advantage, to try and turn it into a bigger advantage. Just keep trying to push with that small advantage. And either maintain a small advantage, or keep it back. And now, all of a sudden, you can see Virtus Pro are actually just going all the bloody way, right? Hiding from Shockwave to keep going. Gonna lose Fixer, which is a bit of a pain. Vester's gonna get the kill on Coast. And even though this feels like it costs a lot, right? Double support ult, high noon, blah, 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 blah. The fact that they've won multiple fights, they push them all the way back, and they've done it for lead, right? And they've done it for lead. You know, it's the trade feels more than worth it. And now they need to pick up Fixer. Virtus Pro are going to try and slow it down. Vester's going to play the corner. You can see again, look at this. Now all of a sudden, a fight that feels a little bit awkward for Virtus Pro, right? We talked about disengages as a good way to respond to this. The other thing you can do instead of disengaging is you can just play to flank, play to clutch. And it feels like a little bit like you see like Fixer, Shockwave. I mean, the fact that it's Fixer on the flank kind of maybe tells you a bit of an indicator of what Virtus Pro's call is that we are playing to trade this fight. So Fixer's going to go in. He's forced a rally. All of a sudden, like, Lee Soo-min's not expecting this at all. I mean, who the fuck is expecting this, you know? And not only, like, Fixer's gone first, which Feels kind of insane, but fuck it. They're going to push with Terror Surge. All of a sudden, because Fixer is just in balls deep, Shockwave's actually just going to end up with free reign as well. Fixer's going to get bashed, but Terror Surge comes in, forces aid into Shockwave's angle. Maka now presses for Ray. They end up walking into the Blizzard, and all of a sudden, we talk about, like, you have ult advantage, you want to control the fight, you want, in general, you just want every fight to be in your terms if you really can, but they're just surprised by the tempo here, Wei. They're responding to a Brig flanking, so all of a sudden, Lee Soo-min, he's reacting with his rally. Maka, oh fuck, shit's going off, I need to press my Ray. Top Dragon, fucking hell stuff is happening, let me throw my Blizzard out as well. And then all of a sudden, Vesely gets to Terror Surge for people he wants to Terror Surge, Shockwave gets a free flank, J-Will actually manages to just use the Blizzard onto the Ray, as he sort of wants to. Lee Soo-min gets caught off, Fixer gets the kill, J-Will even manages to wall himself out, will get frozen and traded, but what should have just been a slam dunk fight for Wei ends up not just not being a slam dunk fight or just being an expensive fight. Probably just going to lose it from here, right? Like, what can they really do? Fixer maybe gets caught a little bit, but Wall's causing him problems. They manage to trade the kill. Bess is there. Now it's just for Juno. Nobody trades. Final 60 seconds, and all of it looks hard. I know we talked a lot about how does Fixer play so aggressively in these situations, and we talked about him reading the game and reading the situation. This isn't really an example of that at all, but this is just like the elements of surprise. If you walk out a door nobody expects you to walk out of, you'll probably get away with a little bit more than you expect. Ooh.
Do you reckon OWCS replays from this Sunday get wiped less than 48 hours later on Tuesday?
Hey, Spilo. No. But I've got a different problem for you, Spilo. It's fucked, but not in the way you think it will be. They're on OPR for this event. So you've got to wrangle yourself an OPR account if you want access. So this does mean the replays will be preserved, but they might be preserved on a client. I think I might be able to hook myself up with one through the partner program, fortunately. But we'll try and figure it out. So, I don't know if you have a connection, Spilo. Yeah. It's fine, I'll just have to physically threaten a Blizzard employee. There you go, then. Every problem has a solution. All you have to do is be willing to go through with it. Spilo leveraging his networking here. Combining his two favourite things. Networking and physical violence. A brutal combo. That's a lie. Spilo's favourite thing is angles. Alright, so High-Nin swing. And obviously the High-Nin isn't going to get any inherent value, but what it does is obviously it forces a sort of disengage. They don't really want to take the fight, so if I look at all of the positioning, everyone's D-peaked. Peppy's D-peaked here. And what happens when everyone D-peaks? Someone's probably isolated themselves. Thought he said his favourite thing was ankles for a second. It's top 5 CB, but it's not as high as angles. Gonna walk on Peppy. Oh! Traps in the wall! So now they're gonna keep pushing. Ray comes out, Rally comes out, and I mean, Virtus Pro. They can smell fucking blood in the water. Everything comes out. Top Dragon's Ice Block is forced. Peppy has to Terror Surge to live. They're all just flooding forward now. Bash onto Top Dragon. Nade comes out. They've just full pushed. Alright. Domination. Domination. And now I guess we're going to look at where it starts to go wrong. Let me go back to that. Is that the right one, actually? Yeah, Lijiang Tower.
Ready for battle.
Freak for ankles, low cut socks. I'm actually wearing. I nearly just pulled them out for free. I'm actually wearing low cut socks today. But it seems we've got a bunch of freaks in chat, you know. So I'm gonna save it for. Maybe that's a Patreon exclusive. Somebody in my community had the audacity to ask me who freaks for angles more, you or Smash. It's you, Spilo. It's you. Tier 3 subs only. We can get behind that one. That seems like a reasonable price. All right, did I minimize this correctly? All right, let me just go to the toilet quick, and then we can lock back in for some more angles. Angles with a G. Ooh. Don't forget to uncoachable max by don't forget to revenue max by keeping uncoachable played on 4 devices for at least 12 hours a day. Exactly. Thank you, Spilo. All right, locking in. Lijiang Tower.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
All right, so this Lijiang Tower goes a series of unexpected directions. So I think big things here is, one, we just watched a pretty dominant series of Orisa play from Virtus Pro. We saw them dominate the ult game. We saw them have good read for ult advantage situations, ult disadvantage. We even saw them just, in general, get a little bit more value out of the ults. Even though, to be fair on that, Runasapi didn't feel like they won the side fight all that often. We saw him play a little bit of the Orisa into the ball as well, and just Vessler kind of popped off. And good use of good backline rotations to stay away from all the sort of key danger. So we're going to watch him play Orisa on the other 2 rounds. But this is also super important because if you've watched any of my interviews... Great choice, Spilo. If you've watched any of my interviews or you've saw Uncoachable that came out this morning, or you're a Patreon fan and you saw it even earlier, you would have heard a lot of people talking about Winston meta. We got a lot of Winston teams at the Hangzhou Major. Obviously, all the big ones. Crazy Raccoon, once again. SSG are going to play a load of Winston. Nightmare are going to play a load of Winston. Even Falcons are probably going to play, actually, like, mostly Winston. Give or take a secret weapon. So, Virtus Pro aren't going to be playing Winston. Vessler is not locking the monkey. So, what is super important for Virtus Pro, also applies to OWCS, how do you play against a Winston team when it's when you don't have a Winston player? So, super important how this series goes, and this is like an interesting look at what some of Virtus Pro's idea is. So, immediately they roll out, they stick the sim, they TP to point, they're going to play backup point. Is Anna's banned on this one as well, right? Does it tell me here? Maybe Wikipedia will tell me. If I remember right, I think this is where Anna was banned. Maybe I'm just... Be the first time I spread this information. Where am I going? Nope. That one. Bans. Yeah, Anna banned from Virtus Pro. Okay. Tor ban on the other side from T1. So maybe this T1 don't have the greatest read on what to expect. So, obviously, banning the Anna, I think, makes a huge difference. A huge difference. The thing that Winston is best at, compared to any other tank, is marking an Anna, stopping an Anna nading, blocking certain sight lines or certain nade angles with bubble, and just occupying an Anna so she can't just hard carry the game with nades. D.Va can do it, not as good, not as consistent. Nothing is as consistent as Winston at doing this. So, banning the Anna is going to be super important for OWCS, super important for Virtus Pro, that they actually nail the maps where they use the Anna ban. because we'll talk about it more when we do like talk about the Hangzhou major as more of a whole. But you can't afford to lose the maps where you ban Ana if you have any hope against these dive teams. But this is a map we ban Biana. So we're going to set up our backup point immediately. Turrets are up, playing coast, and really you can see Virtus.pro's intention is just, all right, we've set up shop. This is where we're holding. Come and have a go. They're going to try and mark for side angles here, just so if like when Zest sort of comes in, they want to deny Zest's angle, etc., etc. They're going to come in. Donghack's going to jump, get a bubble. Scuda's there supporting him. Zest is coming in from the other flank. Interesting as well, to be honest, actually Virtus.pro, they don't seem too interested in these two angles. They're actually just going to like a 5-man turn on Donghack here. I would have thought there would have maybe been a little bit of, denying this. Maybe someone like Jawu or Vessler responsible for this, but actually they just fucking hate this Winston. So I guess some of this is you have like these walls to play behind. So Zest has quite a long flank. Aid has to really walk, or not Aid, sorry. Proud has to really walk up to get value. But Aid. We've changed team. Proud is going to get very good disruptor shot value here. Suzu gets forced. Suzu gets forced from both. Vigi's actually going to TP in for this one. They try and stabilize. They full pocket Shockwave. But Shockwave, I mean, they're all just getting fried by this disruptor shot, right? Does Shockers walk into it?
How you would.
Fixer marks for Trace for a little bit, then goes back. Yeah, like he's starting on this side. Yeah, I guess Shockwave actually, like, Shockwave scares him for a second, so all of a sudden, he goes again. Oh yeah, Fix is going to roll out. So they've managed to contain Zest, but also they really just kind of walked into this disruptor shot here. So they at least deny one of the divers. I feel like it's, I'm still like, hang on, over-focusing this disruptor shot, but I feel like the disruptor shot actually just does everything here. Yeah, Shockwave's going to roll into the disruptor shot. Which is going to be an immediate regret decision. Jaywoo's going to then get focused down, try to get the TP. They actually find a couple of these kills. Like Vessler, you see Vessler. We can rewind a lot because we're at the start of VOD. But Vessler tries to matrix the initial bit. Obviously, he can't matrix the disruptor shot and cleave. I don't know if, again, actually Vessler's like, how much is he really doing here versus if he just marked this angle earlier, like more earlier. Like forces, like even if he just shifts on Proud and Proud slides back. Because if Proud slides back, then he's just got like a bit of a piss poor angle. If Proud slides forward, then fuck it. You can probably kill him, Because then they're trying to full pocket Shockwave and Jawu, but they all just die too quickly. And as soon as Shockwave dies, especially the ability to burst down its Winston, just sort of goes for naught. They trade a couple of kills still though. They get a little boop off the map, and Vigilante's 1 HP. Vesper's gonna kill one. Ha! Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, Fix has actually done. He boops one off the map. Vessler finds the kill onto Proud. Backline is so low. like Gala's in so much trouble to this job. Yeah. I mean, Vessler sort of does his job as well, right? I think if anything, if Vessler had been doing what he does in like the last 70%, 8% of this fight a bit earlier on, it maybe would have looked a bit better too. So a few small things, right? Like Shockwave rolls into a disruptor shot he doesn't need to. Fixer kind of hard carries it, and everything will be fine for Virtus.pro. Alright, so I imagine we're going to get a fairly similar looking setup. They're a little bit, obviously, respawns and such. They're going to be a little bit late in the setup, so Donghack can take a lot of space on point for free. This time, T1 all... They're just going to rush to point. I think T1 just know they've got the slightly quicker spawns. They can take point for free. So rather than doing this, like, big multi-lane setup, they're just going to try and go. Donghack's going to drop the bubble. This time, they all get out. You can see Vessler's sort of making this move a little bit earlier now, just to try and threaten the backline. Fixer again continues to try and mark angles. Forces for recall, actually. Suzu in from Vigi. And now, all of a sudden, now they have weathered this initial storm, right? All of a sudden, Jayu and Shockwave become just like this fucking death ball of 1 billion damage walking towards a Winston that doesn't have a lot of force for it. So we're going to start walking forward. You can see Donghack is just trying to buy time, basically. They want their next bubble timing, but 5 seconds is going to feel like a very big lifetime. You see Shockwave gets to walk forward. Vesselers can just pocket him in. They get that kill. A little bit cautious of the second bubble timing. Vesta is still just flying around. You can see all of a sudden, like, again, like this time Proud has been forced to slide backwards, right? If Proud's forced to slide backwards like this, all of a sudden the ability to deal with Donghack, banning the hammer, all really easy. And again, this whole thing feels so different if there's an Ana, right? Whole thing feels so different if there's an Ana. So this is why it's so important for VP and OWCS when we get to the major to win these maps, because really can't be understated how much simpler and more survivable these things come. All right, so similar looking setup as well. This time, they're not going to rush it. They go in DPS either side. Tank through main. Going to have a Kitsune rush here. Gala can match it. Fixer actually has for quicker beats, so can drop that one as well. The problem is, even though VP, they have like a pretty strong setup here, it's still always treacherous on this ledge. So, Kitsune rush in. Vesta's going to try and boot for Winston in. I mean, it seems like an intentional choice, right? He's done it a couple of times now. We all try and turn on that. We're actually going to TP flip out of this. Wait, hold on. Let me... Does Gala... What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I want to see if Gala... Does Gala, like, drop the Kitsune rush then TP, or do they just TP? Like, is the decision always to flip? Now, we Kitsune rush back immediately. And then it just is a TP here. And Shockwave's going to realise he is in the peril. So they TP on. We saw this quite a lot when... What? Do you remember when it was like Torb Sim meta for a bit? And when we were still playing a lot of Hazard. And you get all these situations where the Sim would basically use her TP as just, oh, the Hazard's trying to jump me. I'm TP my backline over there. They're just over there now. It's like a version of that. It works out, I think, reasonably nicely. Then Fixer's going to beat back in. Donghack keeps jumping. Like, look at Donghack's HP, right? Like, seems really reasonable that Donghack is going to jump in here and get primal, but they just one-shot him. Again, got to, like... The times Vessler finds onto this, I think, makes such a big difference. Obviously, they have ult advantage as well, the beat push, etc. How does Fixer end up going on for that? Because everything's pretty good. We all get the TP. Vessler's kind of low. We're going to beat push in. Going to try and help. Oh, it's an uncredited boot. Yeah, I guess because he wall slides. It's QCO gap. But they've got enough kills, it doesn't make a difference. Now time. No support ults now, but they still got Symbol. They still got High Noon. Imagine Virtus Pro. Just more of the same, right? Oh, is this one they don't nail the flip? Okay. Deep isn't it? I mean, essentially just going to go for the same play again. TP flip comes out. Jay just fucking pops Proud before the fight. They go on it. They High Noon. Oh my god. Like, Donghack's actually body blocking him so much, no? Donghack actually... so good. Like, so good from Donghack. Because otherwise, this is like an SSG classic, right? Where suddenly the High Noon is here, he's charged up some of the heads, he's using the symbol to peek everything, and all of a sudden your beat is just, like, it's a little bit fucked, right? Like, they have ults to still bail themselves out, but it's, yeah. But it ends up being a good body block. They still get the flip for the most part, so a lot of this beat is still wasted from T1, but they've got more ults to throw in. Oh, bless me. Oh, my mouse is dying as well. Alright, so they sort of have to slow down and just go with Primal instead now, T1. Virtus Pro going to keep the point contested. But now Donghack just has, yeah, his first jump forces for Suzu. He's all over them. Now the Primal. And this time they don't have a TP to flip or anything. Donghack just loads of damage onto everyone. Can't kill the baby, actually. Oh. How have they got... Oh. I guess it's kind of balanced out in a way that they just magic pick Proud at the start. Alright, let's see, because I thought Donghack was really going to get more kills out of this, because he gets the JB1 immediately. Suzu has been forced. Counter Suzu from Vigi. Zest is all over him. Misses the pulse bomb. They confirm the kill. Alright, they're getting that kill. But it's slightly different targets. Like, Zest is chasing the Diva. Not the highest value. Fixers, they've all just sort of scattered, right? And it's all just, can we live? They go onto the Kiriko. Kiri TP's here. Obviously, nice little thing, right? You've seen this a lot of time in Kiri Lucio backlines. Even though we so often think about kiting of like people moving the same direction at the same time. But with Kiri Lucio, a lot of the time on Lucio, you just want to provide that TP option. Provides the TP option, gets him out. Zest is chasing Vessler, but Zest is just on a different target than everyone else. So Vessler's just going to be fine. Donghack leaps in to try and trade one more, but all of a sudden, Vest's going to have the bomb as well. So they do eventually get it out. But missed opportunity, right? Gala's going to not just touch, he's going to win the duel. Then Proud is back now. All just really chaotic, isn't it? And if you're a few players down or something, chaos can often be, you know, T1 don't want it. T1 have advantage. If you have advantage, you don't want chaos. VP are quite happy for it to be chaotic and, you know, just take duels and take DM fights, see if they can clutch. Whereas if I'm T1, I just want it to be as clean as possible. I'm pushing with prime advantage. Let's make sure we get as many kills as possible. Yeah, I think you're right, Dinos. I think the bigger mistake is actually Zest just ends up on, like, the fucking Diva. And if we're on the Diva, it's fine, but we kind of need everyone, or, like, at least a couple of people to be on the Diva to actually force the kill. Then Donghack's forced out. It's all just, like, a big regroup. Gala is just taking the jewel of the fight. Vessler now comes. Proud pops the overclock because, I mean, fuck, they need something. But it's going to get all marked from Vessler. Tries to slide away. Fuck me, he still finds the kill. Like, just half a second late on the Matrix. Still trying to just mark it. Vessler's trying to, like, preserve his HP, just try and keep this one up. Shockwave's going to swing in now. All sort of regrouping a bit. And yeah, Proud will eventually convert the kill. Then Jay was still kind of, like, high beam. TP onto point. Vest's trying to take the aggro, avoids the splash damage. There we go. Zest arrives back just at the right time. They will clean it up eventually, but yeah. Damage very much done in a lot of ways. Okay, so not out of the woods yet, but a good situation for VP. Gonna come, well, they fake Mega Side, and they go on to basically do this. Instead, when they go back, they just want to flip the point. Kitsune rush from Vigilante immediately. Gala's going to respond as they fall too. Kitsune rush for both. They burst for bubble. Then they're just turning onto Donghack. Suzu comes out for Dongers. Proud has just been unmarked a lot of this time. I don't know if, again, there's just like a... Is there more pressure that can be applied to Proud? Oh, does he eat the disruptor shot? Oh, good on you, Vess. You see how, yeah, like just at this range, right? And this is why, you know, when it's just like, you know, when like Donghack, this is one of the key differences between just Anna and Winston. Where it's like, the bubble just gets automatic value, right? All of a sudden, they just have to take a bit of time. And they kill bubble fast, but they still have to kill bubble, you know? But it's enough time for Donghack to find another jump, enough time for Proud to find a shot, bit of space for Zest to play in just sort of uncontested, you know? So even though they break the bubble fast, it's just a little bit more. They will eventually turn the kill. TP is out again. Look at Donghack. He's playing the same game, right? He's trying to body block. Obviously, he has to play the bubble a little bit. Jayu is so fucking torqued. He's just so fucking torqued. The Winston has to run. mean, when the sim gets going, she really gets going. Again, using the TP just to avoid a lot of these jumps. TP back, so now Tonghak is just having all his time wasted. Vestas managed to kill a couple of people on coast. He actually gets mech back as well. See you later. And now it's just, yeah, overwhelming player advantage. Zest didn't even have recall. Ugh. Can't get primal. Yeah, I mean, some of the same things we saw on, what was it called? Runasapi, where it's like, VP know when they want to make the fights chaotic, and they proceed to make those fights chaotic. And it's just like a little bit of sloppiness from T1, really. Just a little bit. I think if they kill the sim early, the fight is lost. Yeah, 100%. Like, the fact that they can't deal with Jaywu, and to be fair, credit to Jaywu, right? Like, you talk about there's a few different versions of sim, and when you were just playing the sim version, where it's just like, say you're playing it in like a brawl mirror, and your plan is to sort of walk into the enemy tank a lot of the time, it can be quite treacherous, but once you have like the sim range perk and stuff, all of a sudden, you can actually you kind of just become the carry, right? You get loads of pocket, you just play with your tank, you do a billion damage. Playing sim into dive is a lot more, you have to be, I guess, more inventive and more creative with how you use these things, right? They're not set TPs all the time, you're just trying to react to stuff, avoid some of the damage. Improvise a lot of the play and improvise a lot of these rotations sort of just when it happens mid-fight. You know, you have a few like we had on that night market where you're at the back of a point, we're going to TP to the other side of a point. There's a few like that, but in general, especially all these mid-fight ones, you're kind of just having to play. Yeah, I think from what I see as well, I think we might see way more sim in general than we maybe expect. Metas always change pretty quickly, or comps people are using always change pretty quickly, but don't be surprised if we see a bit more sim than we expect at this event. What the BAMs? It was Anna and Torb. Anna from VP, Torb from T1. Alright, so why were they slower? Oh, is this a TP difference?
Capture the objective.
Yeah, I think actually just trolling lots of TP on this map. Because now you end up in this situation. We always talk about guard and how fucked the retake is, how important first fight is, because these retakes are so hard. Alright, so Jay was going to try and mark point. And you see the same kind of thing, right? So Jay was going to try and pressure point, pull the Farah attention, and then they'll try and win the cooldown trade on point. Vesta's going to swing out to this more aggressive position, but we're going to, I imagine we're very much going to see an example of why this first fight is so important, why the retake is so hard. Vesta gets a bit of an angle, but now Donghak, he can just keep anchoring this point, right? Vesta's going to try and push up a little bit. And then there's just like you see how Vesta's sort of going deep to create space, take attention. And it's just a bit of a miscommunication, really, or like a missed opportunity. Whereas, like, if they're all going to turn on Vestler, what I need is everybody else to fucking go hard, right? And obviously, Fixer, you don't need to tell this motherfucker twice. He's like, I'm going in. I'm getting in there, then, boys. The fact that Gala's Shockwave, like, Fixer's going to try and swing onto this Farah here. That's going to buy a bit of time. Now we swing. Vestler needs a lot of help, though. They force this Farah all the way out. So they've reclaimed some of the space of Vestler's deep position. I wonder if there's actually just like, they try and play for point. Because they've got control of point. Whereas actually, it's like, whereas Vestler's in a position where the fight is really, really fucking happening in here, you know? So all of a sudden, it's going to be like essentially a 4v3 in this room. Yeah, Shockwave and Gala are trying to get there. They can get there, they get point. They torpedo Vest. They just burn through him. And it's just because they're just taking a player disadvantage fight. So I don't know if there's an opportunity here for Vest just to like, I've taken the attention. Some kind of We're just capping, we're just capping, we're just capping. Like, maybe in this moment here, if Vest just goes this way. Like, I know he doesn't know exactly where the Pharah Sojourn are, but just, like, if he just goes out, the fact that he gets booped back in, this is probably where it's lost in reality. Because then he's going to try and get to the Mega, does get to the Mega. But it's just, yeah, always at disadvantage. Shockwave and Gala can't quite be there in time. So, like small things could Gala and Shockwave been across the bridge a little bit quicker. Maybe there was a disruptor shot, etc., etc. But it's probably just that decision not to, like, we're capping point, just slow it down for a second. Then we can take the fight. So only 14%. Essentially, lose first fight. So now we're going to retake from white. Javelin across the map, just out of nothing. Yeah, just down the fucking corridor. I mean, you start throwing javelins inside, you're probably going to hit someone. Is that what the person from your school? Yeah, exactly. Alright, big old ult fight now coming up. Joey's going to start by forcing point. We'll see if Best makes the same move across. Just trading spin. Now the Ray comes through. Gala's just going to get taken out of the air. Proud hits a shot. Yeah, I guess this is sort of... Yeah. I don't know. I'd feel this... I think if you've watched a lot of the stream before, you might hear me saying this a lot about when people beat push versus overclock. Now, I don't like it sort of 9 times out of 10. Just because I feel like it's like, oftentimes it's really hard to connect and punish for Sojourn. I think I probably just feel that way in general about all support ults. If anyone, the one I either prefer, can we just disengage it? Or, actually, I feel like the rally into it is probably one of the better ones. Because then you can kind of just walk up with shield, right? You can just close the distance on that. Obviously, there's still like a big ult trade coming, right? So you might still have to use Ray and Terra Surge, but it just allows you to swing a little bit more for free. Obviously, in this particular situation, Mixer just doesn't have for rally, right? So maybe we can just play it like a touch slower, get all of our ults. Because again, Donghack's just going to camp the bridge, right? So even though Vesta's going to get a pretty fat Terra Surge, if he's lucky as well, the Ray will get to him as well for the damage boost. Not quite, but yeah, I just can't even cross bridge while all of this is happening. Vesta still finds a trade. Oh, Jay. Scooter's actually... Look how slippery this motherfucker is. Blading. What? What? No fucking ankles. No fucking ankles. Vesta's found 2 kills, so it's not over yet. And now, yeah, and this is kind of like, Jaywood's now got, what, 3 bars of health and the rally's going. He can't do anything, really. They've got no, like, it's their supports that died in this fight, so it's like, it's really fucking hard. Like, they're going to try and high noon to swing, but barrage on point. Javelin comes out, Victor's nearly back, Jaywood's out. They've got no tank now, though. Concussive implosion. Victor's going to try and clutch with rally. Gets the kill onto Skewed with Jaywood. Shielding him up. Terra Surge is going to do a lot. Yeah, try to clutch in the Virtus Pro. don't know, I think biggest things I would change would just be that one fight where we take the big ult trade. Like, if we're going to take a big ult trade, we might as well, you know, because this has been one big long fight, but they've essentially only got one shot at it. So if we just wait a few percent to get our ults, I don't hate it. But a mistake in the first fight is fucking Lijiang Garden, so a mistake in the first fight will cost you way more than on most maps. And now it's just desperation time, right? Jay was going to get the first touch. Vix is going to go help. Zest is going to mark that. They're going to give a bit of space. Again, you see how easy it is for, like... I know I've been talking about like, fight on point, but, like, it's fucking so comfortable for Donghack, you know? Like, he can walk forward, pressure onto Shockwave, forces the slide out. Proud's even going to slide in. They all walk forward. They get the kill. They exploit the fact that there's two people on point. You know, we always talk about these, like... Overwatch now is so often, like, a side fight, right? Where... So, let me use a different color. VP will have... let me not use blue, because that'll be confusing. I'll use yellow. But VP will have 3 people main, and then we'll have a Brig Genji here, right? And what they're trying to do is they're trying to force objective. They're trying to set up a bit of a pincer. But if I am the team, if I'm the pink team here in this color thing, and I just go, oh, these guys have to stay on point, maybe because it's overtime or something, I can just go take a 5v3. This is why you see teams fight forward all the time. Just create a player advantage situation. They push forward as 5, and I mean, what can you do? You have to get the flip and have to try and play it from there. Jaewoo is gone. They try and come back. Vess is going to try for some kind of hero play. But really, such a hard neutral. Such a hard neutral. Then, yeah. Bit of overtime nonsense, and then it eventually expires.
1-1.
Okay, so I don't know. I know, obviously, they're going to lose this Orisa Mirror matchup multiple times throughout this series, but I do have to... it really just feels like there's 2 key moments. The first fight fuck up, and then taking the big ult fight without all the big ults. Yeah, I don't know. I don't mind the Pharah into the Genji so much. I think it can be really fine. Because I think if you're... I think the difference is, whichever hero is the one controlling point in that side fight, just has advantage. You know, if it was Genji v Genji, the defensive Genji just has such better pocket line of sight. If it's Pharah v Pharah, same thing, right? I guess for Pharah at least gives you the retake in Pharah at least gives you a little bit more options in terms of you can just sort of spam the angle as well, try and help clear out chokes. So maybe I can see it more from that point of view. But I think both can be fine. Alright, so is it just a TP gap again?
2,
Yeah.
1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Genji. A lot of Genji. These last, like, 3 or 4 metas. Alright, so they have just, like, positional disadvantage. It's going to be a right old brawl. Vester's going to try and get with the angle. Vix is going to move in. Vix then tries to move out. It's just a bit of an Orisa gap, actually. Because the thing is, if you don't TP... I mean, he's not even that much slower, really, is he? Wait, does Proud have... No, he doesn't have to double slide. Oh, yeah, it's Proud now. Yeah. Because if you don't TP... So, the advantage you have if you don't TP is you're going to be 5 before they're 5. But what that means is, even if you lose this initial space, you almost want to be, like, explosive out, you know? But, I mean, look how much slower Proud is. Like, it's not really that big, you know? No, he was just on the, what do we call it? The increased, 150% rail in overclock type thing. So they try and retake the space, but I think both Orisa's going to walk into the back line, but it feels like Donghack's just going to beam him. Zest joins in, and then just a little bit of a gap here between Jaewoo. Where's Jaewoo right now? Yeah, what Vesper gets done and what Jaewoo gets done compared to their counterparts. Oh, yeah, it's for... Oh, yeah, sorry. But yeah, he still picked the stick one. That's what I'm thinking of. The disruptor shot stick. Was Donghak always good on Orisa? I feel like I've never really seen him play Orisa. I feel like he played a bit of Ram back in Overwatch League. But I don't have like a strong memory of him playing Orisa. Was it maybe in Stage 2 of Korea? Surely he played Orisa at some point, right? I think this point is so hard to go as not 5. I feel like losing the space. It's a slow playthrough point angle. Yeah, possibly that would be another option. But I think it's also really fine. Like, if you just take the TP as well, that can be really fine. Like, equal comp. In theory, maybe the cast is actually a little bit better in there. But now again, first fight's so important in these coughs. Difficult retake. No ult to speak of. Not holding close though, conceding a little bit of space here. T1. Are we just trying to sucker them in? Yeah, it seems like they're trying to sucker them in. Javelin hits for Cass. It's probably just something in the fact that it's just way more consistent to hit the Javelin on Cass than Sojo, right? Just in terms of hitbox and how fucking skinny and annoying the Sojin is. Because it feels like the same thing happened on first fight, right? It's like Donghak's just able to find like finds the pick, just kind of beams him. It's forced all the way out. They try and push forward. Counter Javelin. Donghak's going to keep trying to push this side fight to help Zest. Victor's going to wriggle out of that one. But now Donghak has a pretty strong position. Proud just finds a kill. It feels all pretty even in terms of like the cooldown trade, who's taking space. Don't know if it was even... I don't think it was even... I think it was actually mainly meant for Shockwave, but... Let's go back and look again. I feel like Zest actually getting more done than Jaewoo here. Let's watch the whole fight. Jaewoo's going to go left side to start with. Fix is going to come with him. They realise he's gone back a little bit. Both Genji's going to dash into the back line. Difference is Zest is able to find like this nice like off angle basically to reset and go again. Jaewoo just forced to sort of deflect in main a little bit. Kind of similar position. Fixer tries to punish for Genji, but Zest plays his life. I mean, it's just sort of this decision. I know Proud hits for shot, right? But can you see how there's like Zest and Donghak are like they're basically looking for their next turn, right? Like Donghak has cooldown, Zest is ready to go. Donghak doesn't even have fucking cooldowns, he's just going. But they're looking for their next turn to walk into this backline, create a little bit of space, right? Whereas maybe Vessler is actually playing a slower version of a fight here. Whereas Jaewoo's like going for it. But now Jaewoo's in a 1v3, half HP. Just still managed to get to the corner. Jaewoo's still doing a lot. Now Vest comes forward. Then they have Rally though. Yeah, and again, it just feels like we look at like both Orisa's Genjis. Oh. Both Orisa Genjis trying to do the same thing, and Zest and Donghak just feel like they're just getting more value out of these trades. Who's ready for the weekend of no sleep to watch these games? What do you have, Scissors, for Lefty? Do you have the early start or the staying up all night start? Because I'm on the 6 AM starts, so I need an early bed tonight. You're on East Coast? Fuck. That's a late one then. That's work done. 4 days weekend starts now. Thanks for dying, Jesus. Cheers, Jesus. It starts at midnight. It's not that's not it's not a bad start. The problem is we're gonna get like 6 to 8 hours of games. That's when it's those last games are gonna be the elimination games as well. So yeah. I'm not staying up to watch the games, just going to avoid all social media. Yeah. I mean, I used to do that all the time. If something starts really early, just all I'm going to do, find the VOD, click on the VOD. Not going to fucking engage in anything else or any kind of spoilers or anything like that. The VODs will be up on my main YouTube as well. That's like, if you're not going to watch the official broadcast, then that's probably the easiest way to avoid spoilers. We're trying to develop Twin Theory. Yeah, but we'll try and get the VODs up super quick from these games as well. Because I know a lot of people are going to be screwed either at one end or the other end of the time zone spectrum. The problem is that you can see the time bar. Yeah, and there's a... What was it called? Does anyone remember? There is a thing that hides the time bar. There's like a... What do you call it? Like a browser plugin or something that can hide it. I forget what it's called, but I'm sure if you Google it, there's like a version of it available for whatever browser you use. Extension, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. But then if you just go on the main YouTube or my main YouTube channel where it's just like the big 8-hour VOD, it'll hide, you know, how far through you it. Hey, Libbyheim. I'm good, thank you.
This ends now.
Alright, where are we starting? Crowd has pressed the button. Very wide. Yeah, Shockwave doing almost A-desk. Just walking the flank, creating some space. Force skewed out. Overclock comes through from Proud. Jay was going to get in his face, deflect it. Slide comes back. Donkhack's there. Still walking forward. Vesta will take a lot of damage. We're going to get some kind of blade off. Terror Surge in with a blade too. Bash. Oh, fuck. It's a Rally Blade versus a Blade Terror Surge. With a Terror Surge, obviously, all the damage goes through the shield. It pulls you out of position. Is it just a better combo? I mean, I remember when we spoke to Smash on Uncoachable, I can't remember if we said this in the episode or just when we were yapping before it, but I think they were pretty surprised. Like, Orisa was quite new to the meta by the time they played this SOOP Cup game. Probably like 5-ish, 5:30, probably closer to 5:30. Is it shit for the algorithm if you make the VODs all the same? It's not shit for the algorithm, but the way I do it is like I just locally record while I'm streaming. I'm also locally recording, and then every time a series ends, I just stop the recording, upload the VOD, start a new recording, because then that gives us really fast turnaround for VODs. To add like artificial dead time at the end, so all of them were just 2 hours long, you'd need to go into like a Sony Vegas or some other program, so it just like it would slow it down to like the VODs would be coming out like the next day or something instead. What time will I actually start? I think pretty close. I think there's a whatchamacallit, a like walkout welcoming ceremony type thing at 5:30. So I'm gonna be starting either just before then or around then. Alright, then what's happening? Ray versus Ray, Terror Surge for Vestler, so as long as we connect on some people, we should feel pretty good about this. Everyone's 1 HP. Fixer and Shockwave are walking the flank at the same time as well. Jay was actually swapped onto the Sim. Can really get behind the Sim swap as well. Yeah, I mean, the Sim, I'm proud to kill too. Really get behind the Sim, because obviously the Sim punishes the Orisa quite a lot. The downside of the Sim is obviously you're a little bit squishier. You can really die if the Orisa just catches you in the wrong situation. But if you don't get caught on that javelin timing or anything like that, you will actually just cook this horse. The downside is you just lose a little bit of control in terms of angles, flanks, etc, etc. But so far, we've seen like what, 4 of these fights now. It's just 5 people walking onto 5 people, so I can get really behind the Sim. Does Doghack just hit a javelin again? Is Cass just... Are his shoulders too broad? Is it just a shoulder breadth gap? Yeah. He's just... And then before Shockwave even has time to figure out what's happened to him, he has no fucking head. Vessler tries to respond, but I mean, I barely had an opening. You see, Jaywoo's then trying to beam up. Donghack's gonna get all over him, and we're in like a 4-1 situation. You know, where both tanks are trying to occupy the entire backline, etc. But there's just a player advantage here. The Sim can still do a lot. Skewed has a rally advantage though. Fixer tries to get involved to help. He's probably going to regret that decision. Tries to live, but Jaywoo's died. Proud's killed another one. Looking for the stagger kills now. Have a Terror Surge too. Nowhere for Gala to go. Before one should favour the Sim side, assuming everything's equal. Yes, yeah, like on paper, the Sim should be able to kill that faster, but not having a hit scan damage like disrupts it as well. So like in a sort of pure neutral, when we talk about, you know, 4 backline on 1 Orisa and let me do the other way around. Your Orisa on their 4 backline, like Sim Cass should just be more damage, right? But the fact that one, the Cass was dead. And also that one of these 4 is actually using an overclock as well. So while you're trying to 4-1 this, I think, because it was Proud who eventually got the kill, right? The Soldier's just finding a lot of opportunities during all of that as well. So it's, on paper, yes. But not the cleanest situation. Then Soikit Royale. All right, this is going to be a pretty big indicator, I think, of how well VP can do as well. Because I think every single time VP gets to pick a map and Escort is open, we are going to Chicken Royale. Ram is going to be banned. And there will be a question going, do you think you have it in you to go toe-to-toe with Sigma? Or toe-to-toe with Vessler on Sigma? And the answer, the response that every team says to that should be... No fucking way, bro. I'm not going to do that. No fucking way. I don't want to do that, bro. We need a different solution. And what's interesting here is a different solution is found. But, because they lose this one, but it's like it's a fucking humdinger. So maybe we'll do this map and then we'll do like a Hangzhou preview, because obviously, invariably, right, we do a VOD review and it goes on for ages. But this is... You know, when once again, play Virtus Pro, is Gushway mirroring a Sigma? Is he fuck? Is jumping gonna do it? Is Max gonna do it? Surely not, right? An alternate solution. Alright, so they're playing Doomfist, they're playing Zen and a greedy backline. But if I'm Virtus Pro, all I can keep doing is I can just keep forcing the objective, giving Shockwave opportunities, keep forcing the objective, threatening Rock onto the Doomfist. Jaywoo can spend a lot of the time if he sees an opportunity on either DPS, he can go for it, blah, blah, blah. And they can just play around Vessler's cooldowns, really just sort of invite the pressure. Keep that payload moving, use the payload as the pressure point to try and force T1's hand. T1 are going to really struggle unless they hit a nade. So all walking up to the choke. Proud is trying to use a big aggressive angle. Punch comes around the corner. We can see Proud's so good at this, right? We saw it when Dong was playing Orisa. Just opportunity on Dong's timing anytime he can. Now the pushback comes in. You can see Donghack, even if a rock doesn't hit him and Donghack dodges it, he still has to go backwards. If a Doom goes backwards, what can you do if you're Virtus Pro? You walk forward. Viper's going to try and dive in, but Fixer's in there. Again, and why can Fixer go forward? We'll see it in a second. The Vessel's going to swing. We're going to speed ring forward. The Doom goes backwards. If the Doom has gone backwards, my backline's probably okay, like, you know? Space, timing. The Rock's going to hit as well. So we commit in. We kill that. We get punched into a wall afterwards, but you know. Sometimes it's worth a reward. And to be honest, actually, trading an Ana for a Brig, so happy with that. Vessel gets to keep walking forward. Crowd's going to die late. All over the Zen. Oh yeah, skewed rotated into this room for some reason. And didn't really work out at all. And they just force out again. Gonna go all the way. Nice easy first point. And if I remember, the snowball is pretty much nailed by Virtus Pro 2. The scariest situation now is like the Nano's going to be available soon, so Vesta's got two choices. I try and like use the Flux to catch the Nano when like Dong or Viper come in with it, or I just try and I just use my Flux aggressively. Essentially, can I find value? So Nano comes out, Whip Shot, and Dong Hack is at an annoying time for him. He's going to get rocked. Vesta's going to Flux, goes for the backline, just about catches Viana. We'll just get slept out of it though. But the rock really is probably the biggest difference maker. Again, you see, what's Jaywoo's job? If my backline's going to get dived, can I just make one of their players' lives hell? You know? Can I just keep trading cooldowns with Viper? So Viper has to spend all his time fighting Jaywoo, and all of a sudden that means his backline is only dealing with a Doomfist. They're still dealing with a Doomfist, sure. But Fixer, he's not too bad at it. Fixer's going to avoid all of this. They're going to come back. Proud and Vigilante are sort of doubling down. But again, Virtus Pro, they have such good awareness of this, you know? Like, mid-fight chaotic situations of, fuck, the danger is actually here. So even though everyone thinks of a standard fight, I walk up here, I'm going to have to disengage here or disengage into a room or something. But actually, where's the danger? Always just walk away from the danger. Walk away from the danger. And then all of a sudden, you walk away from the danger. Skewed is just sort of, you know, in no man's land all of a sudden. Shockwave will get stuck by it. Vesta finds one. They trade out. They kill, you know, they trade it out. Shockwave, 2-for-1 trade. They've got the Ray going on point as well, which maybe didn't feel all that necessary. But now they can go back and deal with these DPS. Which actually finds a trade he probably shouldn't be able to. But the payload's still moving. Can we get Farah going? Did they ban it? Wait, hold on. What was it? Yeah, they banned Farah. I mean, to be fair, the Farah would also be really annoying for T1's comp to deal with as well. Alright, so they swing around the corner. Donghack's going to bubble on the choke. Vesla needs to be a little bit careful. They're trying to exploit this side angle. Fixer supporting that. Just trying to get an angle to force this Winston to jump back. Again, is Fixer taking the piss? Feels like it. But Donghack has no fucking cooldowns, does he? Maybe there's like a little bit of a... It's like Winston has no cooldowns. Vesta's awfully low. The rail's gone as well. Nade is deflected. So, you know, it's just like, if I look at all the... I mean, maybe maybe Fixer's a little bit fortunate that Jay was actually going to deflect this nade for him, you know? But a couple of the cooldowns had gone. He tries to cross. It's a risk, sure. It's not like 100% play.
This ends.
But he doesn't just go because he likes to fucking push. He goes because he sees something or cooldowns he thinks he can use. Would you say Viper is better at Genji than Zest, but Zest is better on Farah? Is that how many sub 2 players in, or is there another Alfie Pelican? I think for the most part, Zest is actually their starter, and they just sub Viper in when they think they can play him. Like, I'd be pretty surprised if we see all that much Viper at all at this event. I think, yeah, like, the Alpha E Pelican situation is probably more reasonable comparison, where actually, but with Viper probably get even less playtime. Like, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know for sure, but my expectation is Zest is just going to play more of them. But because this is for SOOP Cup, and its stakes aren't as high, blah, 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 it's also a great, from T1's point of view, who aren't going to the major, don't have as much to play for, it's also a great time to give Viper a chance in some series he maybe Wouldn't normally do it. Alright, Proud Jump drops the overclock. Rally comes out in response. Blade comes out now as well. Our Fixer's in all sorts of trouble. No escape, surely. Yeah, no escape. They all push on top of him. Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. They'll get reset. This is what the dive comp can do really nicely. This is why BP just have to be careful, right? You do need to take angles to clear stuff out. But if you ever do, like, same thing we saw on... what map was it? What map was it? Basically, where... It was Lijiang Garden, you know? Where T1 will be 5 at a choke or something. The dive comp is very good at just, like, squashing one of the sides, right? So always have to be very careful of that when you're investing or trying to take these angles. Alright, Vesta's going to swing out again. They're going to try and do a little bit more of the same. This time it's a double DPS. Donghack's going to make the exact same move, right? Just try and, like, focus down these players on the flank. It's 2 DPS players and Nade's going to come in. This time we see a slightly different response where VP are going to throw everyone into this room. Vesta's going to be stuck in main a little bit alone. They survived that first timing. Now the bubble is out. They do have to worry about Nano. There's a chance to poke Donghack a little bit. Now the overclock. Not really what he wanted. He dodges rock. Can he really keep going? No. I mean, it's a 1-for-1 ult trade. He's going to go try and push the flank again. But that's really not the trade they wanted at all. Because again, what happens here? Donghack doesn't find value. He uses his cooldowns. And now he's had to jump back out. And because he jumps back out, as soon as he jumps back out, everyone can swing the choke. Vesta's even got the Flux to try and punish him with. I mean, it's probably like the wrong choice of Flux target in reality. Like, if he can hit someone up here, probably more chance to kill. But they at least get the space out of it. And now, all of a sudden, a little bit on the back foot, you see Donghack just jumped again. Torpedoes come round, catches everyone. Rani is used in response to try and hold the space. Rock onto Donghack as he jumps in. Can they get the burst? Gets the bubble. Gets there. Jaewoo's gonna... They're all pushing in now, right? So we talk about push and pull, right? Like, Vestler wins the cooldown trade. They start to take a bit of a swing and a step forward. Rally's popped in response, so VP start to pull back. T1 are now chasing them. They go really far. Skewed really commits here, I think, because he's really worried Donghack is going to die after getting rocked. So Skewed's trying to save his life. But then, as a result, very committed. So this Brig is just in his face. Ray and Blade. It's a heavy-handed combo, right? But I think Jaewoo, it feels a little bit like Jaewoo and Scarlet just... They make the same decision at the same time, and you probably end up using 2, and maybe you could have just used 1. So they win the fight. They finally break that, like, first chokehold. But they've spent the bank now, right? So now Proud is trying to play aggressively on this side. Little bubble onto Fixer. They all swing backwards. They're trying to play Donghack. Donghack does a good job again, just avoiding the bubble. Vestler D-peaks into some sort of conference room of doom. Completely isolated from heals. Donghack will get one and get out. They lose Skewed on the high ground. The tank advantage, nothing VP can really do. T1 can reclaim the space. Maybe even commit back to a forward hold if they really want. Vest is going to go Orisa now. Right, still big ult advantage here for T1. Giving a bit of space, actually. Trying to bait someone in. Donghack now onto the back line. Has the primal. Nay's going to connect. Nice, easy kill. Vestler continues to walk forward. They're just trying to make trades happen now. Vigilante gets javelined. Okay, they force an extra ult out of it by going all in. Crowd just feels, you know... Feels the panic. Do I know where the codes are? Yeah. If you press back on this, you'll get to a page with all of them as well. go to the main website. Donghak is a bitch for not taking a Sig Mirror. I mean, it's actually, you've got to be on like Falcons versus once again levels of cope in your own belief to be like, I'm going to take the Sig Mirror versus Vestala, you know? All right, where are we? Nano Blade coming in. Oh yeah, wait, let's watch this one. I remember, I'm sure anyone who watched this live remembers this one. Eyes on Fixer. Nano Blade comes in, Fixer bashes away once, Slash comes through, takes another Slash, but he's popped for Rally, so he survives. Second bash away, but Viper still bearing down. Torpedoes come through. Little whip shot, just enough to get away from Viper. Gets round the corner, gives him the little juke, fakes and drops a shoulder. Viper goes the wrong way at the wrong time. Fixer still needs more help, bashes for Winston. Still living, whip shots, Donghak's jump. Obviously, this has taken a whole load of attention, and Vestala has died in the meantime. But, rally for Nanoblade Primal? Alright. Alright. And finally, Fixer will fall. No comment from me, Wilder. Just here for the Overwatch. Okay, then actual... What Fixer's done, he's not done enough to win the fight. But he's smashed the ult upon me here. Now Skew's going to rally, Gala's going to raise, so they're drawn into another fight here. I don't know how I feel about this. I mean, they're going to kill Donghak. Maybe it's fine, because they, like, Ray in response to rally. Play to keep going. Similar to the Runasapi we saw before, right? Where we have the advantage. Let's just wipe them and give them like an impossible retake. Doesn't get the most value. Doesn't get the final kill. We now have all the space. Ana on the high ground. Not a whole lot to shoot at. Just burn the ball. And Ana up here. Terror Surge on point. Alright, we capped. Most normal Man United fan. But we need something to enjoy, alright? Need something to enjoy. I get way of skipping. Seems to be holding. Alright, we got away with it. Alright, let's we'll finish up this attack. I know there's like overtime and stuff as well, so we'll go through this one a little bit quicker. We'll just try and get some of the big concepts of like how they're finding value in the dives, what's really going wrong for VP. And then we can look at some bracket predictions, okay? So Vest holding the choke. Not a lot that they can really do here, VP that is. Or sorry, T1 can until they get their ults. Donghak with a bit of a side jump. Again, I feel like Jaewoo's positions just sort of like doesn't do all that much. I don't know if like this angle would be better for him. He can shoot back a little bit more. At least play between these two. But there's always a chance there to like even like walk up if Winston goes too far. They do get a good wall trap regardless, right? Alright, they clear everyone out, a full reset. Donghak's going to immediately take the space again. Again, I still feel like there is just an opportunity here to be more aggressive into this Winston. Like, is there an opportunity to, say, shield here or have Vestala mark this angle or even wall this angle, right? And then we walk onto the Winston in a more meaningful way. Because Vestala's going to shield now, but Donghak's actually going to get a second jump. Vestala kills one in main. So I guess it's fine. I just feel like there's like a missed opportunity there. Or like we're letting Donghak do one and we maybe want to. But he also just kills Jaewoo, so I guess if Vestala does this... and he blocks for nade, then we're really okay with everything. Then he kills Viana. Then he kills Viana. Oh. Alright, had to lamp for this as well. Still no nano timing for Skewed. Same hold again. Alright, Viper over the roof. Donghak goes all the way over Vestala, so we're going to see a similar thing. How quickly can his backline deal with Donghak. Again, like, you see how Donghak, he has no fucking interest in actually, he's not playing to commit here, he's not trying to, like, look for the kill. Which is why I just wonder, is there more of an opportunity to put Donghak under more pressure here when they don't have Nano, when they don't have these scary ults to worry about? Shockwave's going to catch skewed on the rotation, though. So now, I feel like they should be able to push these guys. No Nano to worry about. Vester's going to walk onto the high ground. This is the rock. Donghak will dive in. Should hopefully be able to pocket through all of this. Force them all backwards. Nah, fuck. Really feel like there was more of an opportunity for VP here to just fucking get T1 out, you know? Like, T1 have maintained this space, play a disadvantage. Viper's still low, now the nano boost coming in. Alright. White skewed on Ana and Vigi on Juno. Might just be more the more comfortable way they feel around, or the way they feel more comfortable with these heroes around. Like, maybe, because remember Vigi played Zen as well, so maybe they want the Zen swap on against certain things or something like that, you know? But in reality, both of these players can play any flex support, so I wouldn't be surprised if it's more a comfort thing than everything else, and they just think this is, like, the best version of it. But might also just be the Zen swap as well, because they did start it on the defense. Alright, so now, Ray push round the corner. Really like this window from Fixer. We can shoot into the Ray. We sort of force them. If they want to pressure our window, they have to jump out of the Ray. Captive Sun from Gala as well. The Captive Suns felt like they got no value. Okay. Always dangerous to peek at Ray, I guess. Does it even go off? I don't know if it just goes off and it misses, or if it's just not on. And then they've just been absolutely decimated by this Ray torpedo swing. I was going to say maybe they're better off starting with Flux, but they also just don't have Flux. How do I want to play this ult switch? They have Nano. Maybe something like... I know, all the ults that are best at dealing with the Ray are the Flux and the Blizzard, and we don't quite have them yet. I feel like the window's really fine. Maybe the Captive Sun's okay if we just do it. Like, not where the Ray's going to happen, but we're just, like, here or something. I don't know, it feels a little bit awkward. There's also really possible, because maybe they just expect him to start with Nano, because if this is a Nano jump from Donghak, then Gala being, like, hugging this wall and hitting the Captive Sun probably feels really good, right? Because he can just hit the back line, and you either get a kill or they're scared to do everything. They'll go die on point. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a reasonable enough call from Virtus Pro. The problem is just the Captive Sun doesn't hit anyone, so they don't get any trades, and they don't turn it into... no one got hit by Gala's ult. So that's like... I think he did manage to fire it before he died, but obviously he's, like, rushing the shot as well, so... I think... This kind of Illari ult, if they're doing Nano and they're going to go underneath you, probably feels okay. But, Match Martyrs. It's a mobile game. You match gems against other players to win trophies. The more trophies you win, the more trophies you get. It's a way to support me. If you want to support me. But maybe not the crowd for that. Alright, Flux on the retake now. It's going to be a Nano Blade coming in, though. And this is going to be really hard to deal with. They hit the Flux. They'll drop the Blizzard as well. They freeze Viana. They kill Viana. Crowd is just walking forward and popping overclock. Kind of low though. Rocks a miss. Isolated underneath now. Good wall from Jaywoot. Just takes it away so they can shoot Vigi. Donghak doesn't have Primal yet either. They've actually made a mess of this, haven't they? Surely Illari just die every time they Ray if you play the corner? Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I was saying. I think they were expecting them to start with Nano. So he was hoping they would all try and swing the corner on the nano timing, and he'd just get like a good captive son. Alright, so how do they not get... Maybe I need to do some sort of Viper inspection. We'll just find a Sig with our nano. Ha! Yeah, we don't give a blade until now. Maybe it's just Viper's fault. Now we're gonna blade. We're just gonna turn on the Sigma. Should get the kill. There we go, get the kill. Okay. Alright. Bad nano, good blade. Bad nano, good blade. We can work with that. Donghack wasn't able to get punished as well. And everything will be okay in the end. Everything will be okay in the end. Alright, Orisa swap again. Worth noting. Second time they've done it now, right? Really feels like this is VP's go-to answer, at least now. Why do I hate Singapore? Don't hate Singapore. Just you. Alright, they've cleared Donghack off point. They've sort of stabilised or re-established themselves on this high ground. Alright, Donghack's going to go with Primal, and this means Vesta and Jaewu just need to play their lives as much as possible. Donghack's going to be taking him for a ride. Vesta's not just playing his life, he's finding kills. Donghack feels like he's zoned the backline so they can turn on these ones. And they do find it. Like, nothing spectacular from Donghack, but just pretty good Overwatch, right? Like, go zone the backline, you've got Primals, so, you just keep going. You occupy him for a longer period of time. Chance to kill Vestler, and, chance to kill Vestler, chance to kill Jaewu, they do exactly that. I'm not convinced you are wholesome, mate. You've not convinced me, at least. You know what they say about actions speaking louder than words?
Not so fast.
Alright, now hold up a choke, and is this what... I think they just... Okay, they get the touch. Ray's going to come down on point. Gala's going to hit the Ray back. Alright. Shockwave gets a kill. Keep walking forward, keep walking forward. Ah, fuck. Actually, a colossal disruptor shot as well. So I was going to say, I think really, if both teams are just playing the Ray trade, it should just be better for VP's comp. But they have to retake Funis' disruptor shot through all the Winston Cleave. Thanks, Quarry. But actually have some guests lined up already. Unfortunately, late to the party. Quarry? How do I say it? Kahi? Korhi? Korhi? Kawai? Kawai. Okay. Learning. Does Ray boost Sojourn Disruptor? Yeah, I think it should do if you're like in it when you like launch it.
This ends.
Clockwork gonna show up? Nah, I've not talked to Matt in a very long time. I don't know what he's up to these days. Right, what's happened? Sorry. Get distracted. Come on, we need to finish this map. Got an overclock, walking forward. Fixer has beat to respond with Vestalus Terror Surge. Crowd will get Terror Surged on, but not before finding a kill. Fixer's gonna try and beat forward, but Jaewu doesn't get the beat. How does Jaewu not get the beat? What?
This ends.
Oh, is it because Fixer walks into a bubble? Ah, fuck. It's actually just well played by Donghack, isn't it? Fuck. So all of a sudden, our big combo is not so big. Then we have tasked Jaewu with a pretty difficult situation. He still converts a kill. Viper's going to find one too, then he's all over Jaewu. Donghack is here interrupting as well. They clean everything up. Yeah. Just well played from Donghack. Played it slow. Knew how the trade was going to happen. Ends up blocking the beat of all things. And again, like, this is good, like, it's good Overwatch all round, like, playing for the right things, but Proud and Donghack just putting them over the line with a few of these key plays. Time and time and time and time and time and time again. And obviously T1 always had these players, but I think all of a sudden, if your backline just stops becoming maybe some of a liability in these situations, everything will just feel a little bit better. Alright. Now just for High Noon. Alright. Cool. Alright, player advantage. They're going to mark main. They're Shockwave's used for High Noon to bail Vesta out of that one. They're player disadvantage still. Just buying a bit of time for Fixer to come back. Fixer's there. They get the cancel. Deflect has been used. Cooldown advantage now for T1, who are going to start walking forward. Proud's just going to keep doing it. As just, yeah, back-to-back picks for Proud. And we talked about this as well. We were praising Fixer for doing this so much against Way, but like we've sort of won the cooldown trade. We have an advantage. Can we keep pushing? The answer is yes. Ray comes out in response. We're going to try and kite a little bit, but Vigi's got one to match, so we can just take the Ray trade on point. Vesta is 1 HP. Doesn't get to the Terror Surge. And it's just over. Happy to hear the shout out for the Face It Grinders. I mean, you guys are playing so much. You're doing a good job.
Score.
We just need to climb the rankings. You know, we need to get ourselves up that quite literally a financial ladder.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
All right. Overtime, and they try and shake it up here. Donghack's going to start on the Orisa. Vesta's going to see this and go Sigma.
Not so fast.
This should be a pretty good situation. Sigma beats the Orisa. On paper. Everything else pretty similar. Well, not pretty similar. Everything else is exactly the same. Just a tank difference. Oh, thank you, Dinos, for the 5 months. Welcome back. Oh yeah, I remember this. Should we watch it from Scoot's point of view? Because he just gets like, he's fucking, just a whip guy. Just 2 picks out of nothing in a neutral from my Brig. What the fuck? It's such a nothing whip shot. Does he get pushed into the car? Tries to bash out the extra momentum to send him into the car. Alright. Best Brig in the world? Well, fucking Skewed heard everyone singing Fixer's praises. And then decided, let me teach you a thing or two. Alright, so play disadvantage, they try and defeat. Jwoo is Jwoo was brought in, so Skew's just at it again. This one kind of just a quick kill though. Like Skew has no idea he's getting that kill. This one though, I think. Actually so good, isn't it? Alright. 3 whip shot kills for Skewed. Classic Brig play. And that's just it, isn't it? Ah, that's so... That feels so shit if you're VP, right? That feels so shit.
Initiating match.
To only get 1 fight there and it to be that fight. Fuck.
Ready. Ready for battle. Attackers incoming.
Alright, now we... Oh, yeah, this is where we saw the spawn hold, right? Yeah, so I just don't like this spawn hold in general. Because they can do a TP like this, they can start threatening point, they have their hit scan or somebody playing spawn. Your life can start to feel real hard, real quick. And that's kind of what we see, right? I don't think it's even the cleanest break from T1 on this hold eventually. Like, Shockwave kind of drops down. Playing this super wide angle. Donghack's going to try and respond. They try and pocket him through it. Viper's going to TP onto him as well. But I can't quite pocket him through everything. Vesta and Fixer are trying to respond. Got to be careful now because nobody's touching the point. Viper's giving him the TP around. Crowder's out of spawn. Lin playing explosives. So the card doesn't really move, so it's not the end of the world. But one, I think there's no way for this spawn hold to win you multiple fights in a row, right? You can get time off the clock, whatever. But what happens when you take a fight that you're never really going to win and you lose it is the enemy team's going to build just slightly more ults than all of you, right? You see, it's not like a huge advantage, but everything is slightly ahead. So then as we get to what's going to be this final fight on the corner, all these ults are just going to be slightly quicker. Fixer goes Anna to clutch. I don't know how I feel about it. Because Viana's worse into the Orisa. But all you need to, if you hit one nade, it's probably just for difference maker. You can just find it past the Orisa. This was for SOOP Cup map 2. Map 2? Yeah, map 2. So VP's choice. Good into Juno Brig. Yeah, I mean, if he just hits a nade, it's fine, right? The problem is he's just gonna not hit the nade. So then if you're not getting nade value, then you're just losing the brawl. Like, you've got at least disadvantage in the brawl because you're on Brig. Especially because they're on Bastion as well, so like, really need this nade to hit. So they kind of take the trade, but the problem is, what Vestler would do now if this was any other situation is like, just D-peak, right? D-peak, play the other corner fight. But the problem is, he fucking can't, you know? Like, his job is so hard. He has the fortify, he'll pop the fortify, he'll hit the javelin onto the Bastion. Now this is where you need Fixer to hit the thing, right? Where's our nade? Where's our nade? Where's our... 5 seconds away. Fuck. Just trying to pocket him through everything. Sleep's gonna be, does he miss it anyway? I think he misses it anyway, but Donk had to press fortify, so it would have made no difference. By the time Fixer gets nade, we're gonna nade the Orisa, but like, Vestler's dead, you know? And it's really hard for Vestler, right? Because what is he even meant to do? If Fixer takes TP and nades, oh yeah, that would have been good. Like, what was his TP like here, and then just boom, you find yourself in this position, and then it's like everyone's hitting the nade. Yeah, that would have been good. I mean, the problem with this is it's just like, because his position just means he has to, Donkhack just gets to face check him. It's just a question, can Fixer or can Donkhack react in time? And it's like, well, yeah, yeah, he can. And then Vesta's left with like this awful contest. Like, I think I said it at the time we were watching it live, but I would have rather they just took this fight. And obviously, if you lose this fight on the corner, they're just going to push it in for free, right? And you have to win 2 fights here. But the thing is, if you take this fight on the corner, if you win the first fight, you'll have slight ult advantage for the rest, etc., etc. I think it's really possible to just win the second fight too. But if you're holding this corner as well, even second fight, their touch, I guess it won't really matter because the will just be here. I think this is just like a more consistent way, really. It's still not straightforward, but I mean, fuck. The cart's here, right? We're going to have to take a tricky fight sooner or later. Yeah, Doghack kills the backline, they've lost their front line. Their only hope is some tremendous J clutch. But you know, we talked about just those 5-10% on all the ults, right? Like, Viper's ahead of Jwoo just a little bit. Donghack's ahead of Vestler just 25%, 10% on Ray. But it makes all the fucking difference, right? All the fucking difference. Yeah, there's no response. Alright, let me grab a drink, and then we can do a bit of a... We'll do a preview, we'll do a bracket, we'll talk about the teams. Obviously, a lot to talk about before tomorrow. But we'll run through all of that, and then I'll head off for dinner. Alright, yeah, be right back. Everyone get their bracket hot takes ready. I'm back. Ooh. Should I stay up to watch the games tonight? Or sleep? I reckon, yeah. It depends on your time zone, right? But my plan is early bed, tank the early wake up, and play from there.
Don't forget to open your loot boxes as well.
We'll open 3 loot boxes then, okay? For the sub, we'll open 3 loot boxes. Get them to around 10. But I don't know what the good skins are, okay? So you guys tell me you guys gonna need to tell me if I should be pogging or if I've been scammed. They have colors? Alright.
Death from above.
Today, I give you
Scammed? Scammed. Oh. Alright, open next one. We won't get scammed 3 times in a row, I'm sure of it.
Second guesses are usually first mistakes.
I've been scammed again. I've been scammed again, haven't I? Alright. Third one.
settle down.
Alright, well the important thing, what you gotta do when you're gambling is always chase for losses. I'll get a good one in this next one, I'm sure of it. Can't end on a loss, exactly. Alright. We've had 4 bad ones, so we're guaranteed a good one now. Oh, I see purple. This is good, right? Purple's good. That's pretty nice. Eh? It's okay. What colour am I hoping for? Is it like gold or yellow? Okay. Gold? I'll get a gold, don't you worry. Alright, another purple. Highlight intro. Oh, wait! Nice! Yes, this is not scammed at all. I got the UK logo. Nice. This is actually... There we go, not scam. Stop now, that's the jackpot. But now I'm on a win streak, Wilder. I gotta keep going, I'm on a win streak. Alright. This one. Okay. I don't think I've got any weapon charms. This feels pretty good as far as weapon charms go. What's this on the weapon charm market? Am I rich? Zilch? Fuck's sake. Just want to become some kind of skin millionaire in 13 loot boxes.
Wake up, sleepyhead.
Right, 4. Fuck's sake. And I smell, apparently? Fuck. Only bad news from this loot box. This one. Meh.
Croissant.
Shop skin. Alright, 2 left. Ah! It's alright, it's saving. It's saving all the best for last. Which means this one is 100% guaranteed. We're about to all be millionaires. Wait for it. Fuck. And I really smell? Fuck. Well. I hope you're happy, Rain, because I'm not happy. I'm rage quitting. Rage quitting. 13 loot boxes. And no luck? You gotta be kidding me. Let me go find... what was this website called? Hold on, someone DM'd it to me. The maker DM'd it to me. Gat, not someone from Makers. Alright, where are we going? Start making predictions. Champions Clash. All right. Should we talk a little bit about, should we set the scene then? So where's, I don't want SOOP Cup, I want Champions Clash. So we've got our bracket. Well, I think that probably the first big thing to note is what's the meta? How does that feed into the map pool? What's actually going to happen? So meta-wise, everyone's talking Winston heavy, Winston heavy, Winston heavy, Winston heavy. I think we'll see a lot of Tracer, a lot of Sojourn, maybe a bit more Sim than you'd expect. I'm sure there's places for Genji and stuff. Obviously, as such, we should expect to see Winston and a band a fair amount, right? If people don't feel like they're winning this mirror. But there's a lot of teams, I think, in this tournament that just think, fuck it. Winston is our best comp. We're just going to play it. All the teams you would expect. So Nightmare will play a fair amount of Winston. SSG obviously will. Once again, I mean, come on, they're going to play it. Crazy Raccoons, I think, will be more than happy to play it too. Maybe, and to be fair, I think CC will probably play a fair amount of it as well. But Falcons are the rogue ones here who are just going to also play a lot of Winston. Good copy and paste, Coleman. As for new SSG basketball jersey, it is available for pre-order if you want yourself a basketball jersey. We're just doing it now, Mido. Just doing it now, so you're right in time. You never care about meta anyway? Yeah, so there's two ways to look at it, right? Because obviously Virtus Pro and OWCS, as we kind of saw from Virtus Pro in the SOOP Cup, they're not going to run Winston, right? It'd be crazy if they did. So they're going to have an alternate solution, Orissas, Divas, maybe even Sigma on the Circuit Royale, etc. They're going to have to run their own version of the meta. And this can be good or bad, right? Because if you just can't play the meta comp, and maybe, if let's say there's two hypotheticals, right? Winston is just the best hero in the meta, and actually you should be looking to play that everywhere you can, right? If this is true, this is really bad news for Virtus Pro and OWCS. But sometimes having your own look on the meta actually is an advantage. Eggs wants to collaborate? No, Eggs, not right now. He's cancelled it. Misclick. What was I going to say? But if you have your own unique look, then it can actually be an advantage, right? Do you remember when Twisted Minds took a map of Falcons back in Stockholm? Because they ran their own version of the Malga comp, and all of a sudden it just caught Falcons off guard for a map. And then you factor that into, where am I going? Wanted to watch but Insta invited. You're all good. But factor in as well, these are best of threes in these first 4 games. So all of a sudden, if you run a type of comp, I mean, if you saw my interview with 9K, he said it right. He was like, I don't mind playing Junkbucks team, but I don't want to be first. I don't want to be first. I don't want to be the first person to experience what OWCS are doing and have to try and counter it live. I'd rather let someone else, go over the trenches first. Let's see what they're doing, and they give me a bit of time to prepare something. Right, saw that same Twisted Mind situation at Stockholm. We saw Falcons lose the first map, then they go, okay, they have a few minutes between it to talk about what should we play versus this? What's our swap? What if Stalker just goes Widow and dominates? That could help, couldn't it? Yeah, let's try that. All of a sudden, they've got a bit of a chance to adapt to it, right? So, and it is Falcons again running into the same problem. So, a little bit of a scare there. But I think in general, OWCS and Virtus Pro, it's going to all come down to you're going to have to play against loads of fucking Winston. You have to have a solution to this. You can only ban Winston once. You can only ban Ana once. Got to win those map picks to try and make it work. What games are on which day? So these ones are all first day, right? So we'll get to see every team play on day 1, and then we're also going to get the lower bracket games. So it means not only we're going to see every team play on day 1, we're also going to see 2 teams go out on day 1. So it could be a very short stint on that stage in Hangzhou for a couple of these teams. Then second day, what's that? The 19th, we'll get the 2 upper bracket games, the 2 lower bracket games. Do we get a 5th game as well? And we get the 5th game. And then on the finals day, we get upper bracket final into lower bracket final. So it's something a little bit like this, where we get these 3, some kind of different color. Then we get these 6, 5. And then on Sunday, we get the three finishers, right? Which means obviously one team is going to have to play, or potentially plays upper bracket final, lower bracket final, grand final, 3 games in a row. So if you go down to that lower bracket, it's going to be a long fucking day for you, a long day. Okay, so all that sort of factored in, I think that's where we're sitting meta-wise. One thing I will say about the map pool in conjunction with the meta is if I'm a dive team, right? You got to remember Flashpoint is group hybrid here. But if I'm a dive team, then all of a sudden what I get to do is, I get to pick the control map. Do I have a good dive option? Of course I bloody do. Ilios is there. Cool. Then I'd have to pick from push. Do I have good dive options here? Yeah, actually, I could maybe do it on Esperanza. New Queen Street as well. If you play like the Anakiri version, there's like good versions there. Escort, do I have good dive options? Yeah, I'll just go like Route 66. Hybrid, yeah, I can go Blizzard World, maybe even King's Row. But all of a sudden, if I'm the dive team, no matter what mode is left over available, I've got a pretty good option. Maybe push might feel like one of the worst of those, but any of the others, I've got really good options. If I'm Virtus Pro or OWCS, and maybe I want to play some of the other maps, or if I'm just one of the Western teams who wants to avoid a dive map where I can, Circuit Royale is my number 1 pick, right? That's the easiest one to avoid any of these matchups. Because I think even on Suravasa now, especially against like Crazy Raccoon in particular, like we'll talk about Crazy Raccoon when we get to him, but the fact that they can play ball means all of a sudden the fact that they have all of these maps open to them, this looks fucking great, doesn't it, for Crazy Raccoon or any team with a good ball. But I mean, we're really talking Crazy Raccoon, honestly. So really good look, really good map pool for Crazy Raccoon. And in general, really good map pool for the dive team. Because also, what I want to do if I'm the dive team, how many maps do I need to be worried about if I'm the dive team? Circuit Royale I have to be worried about. Lijiang Tower I have to be worried about. Anything else I can probably cop, right? Maybe Runasapi. But that's not quite the same. But that means all of a sudden, obviously Control, you either get first map pick or you don't get first map pick, right? So you just have to deal with that if it comes. But then, let's say I'm playing against Virtus Pro, they pick Lijiang Tower and I lose Lijiang Tower. Then what I do immediately against Virtus Pro is I pick Route 66. So I block Circuit Royale. And then I say, cheers Virtus Pro, you might have won first map, but now you don't have a chance to pick Circuit Royale until we go to map 5, if you get pick in map 5 or something, right? Really put them on the back foot in that scenario. So I think that's my plan if I run into Virtus Pro. Probably the same with OWCS as well. Really happy to do that. So I think map pool favors the dive teams. If you can play Winston, especially if you can play ball, I think that's a huge advantage. So if we taking this into our bracket, let's do the easy ones first, right? Easy ones first. Are Crazy Raccoon going to beat SSG? I think coming in with a zero controversy take of that Crazy Raccoon are going to 2-0 SSG. Okay, Crazy Raccoon get map pick. SSG are going to want to play Winston in a lot of areas. Nothing. Falcons versus OWCS. So we talk a little bit about a lot of the time when Virtus Pro OWCS plays these alternative comps. It's going to be maybe a lot of Diva stuff, maybe even some Hazard stuff that can make for Winston's life really hard. So in theory, you look at that and go, if you make a Winston's life really hard, maybe the Kellens of the world, the Gushways of the world aren't going to fall for such tricks. But actually, and Hanbin might be vulnerable to it, right? But actually, I think Hanbin, he's a passive Winston, right? He knows his lane. I think he's not going to be I think the comparison 9K made when he talked about is kind of like Kaluge, right? I'm teaching a non-Winston player to play a bit of Winston. It's kind of like Kaluge. if you remember how Kaluj played when he played in Overwatch League, quite slow, right? Quite slow. Just sensible decision making. Don't take the risk unless you need to. Let everyone else on his team do the hard work. And then I think when you look at it, there's too much quality. Is there a chance Al could see a take a map, maybe take their map pick? Yeah, possible, right? But I think Falcons will win this series. I think it will probably be 2-0. It's a bit of a shame, right? Because I do think I look at this Al could see a team and I think, I'm actually really excited to see Checkmate and Lubda, you know? Checkmate and Lubda at this event, really good. Really strong season so far. Really like them as a DPS duo. Chance for Lubda to shine on the big stage once again. But it's just a bridge too far. Falcons is a bridge too far. Nightmare versus CC. Now, Nightmare should win this one 2-0. I'd be surprised if they don't. And the only way Nightmare don't win this game is if the lights are too bright and suddenly something gets a little bit stuck in their throat, right? And I will say, this event is going to be the biggest Overwatch event we've seen in a long time. The stadium is going to be packed. You are going to be surrounded by Chinese fans. And no guesses or no prizes for guessing which team out of Nightmare and Team CC these Chinese fans are going to be cheering for, right? So all of a sudden, those lights are going to feel very bright. But I know they played SOOP Cup. That didn't go well. Was that them getting their LAN jitters, their LAN nerves out of the way? I don't know. That SOOP Cup crowd, it's small and mild. I don't think this crowd definitely isn't going to be small. And I really don't think it's going to be that mild either, especially when you're playing against the sort of home nation team. No fantasy for this event, no fix. But it will be available for stage 2. Yeah, first to 2 to give much adjustment time, right? Yeah, so this, I think Nightmare can do alright in this tournament. I know they did bad at SOOP Cup. I think they can really do alright in this tournament. I think if you wanted me to do like overall power rankings, I think you've got Korea at the top. Then you've got everybody else. And then you've got Team CC. Okay? And I think Nightmare are in this big middle group of these sort of middle 5 teams. I think once again are probably towards the top. And maybe Alcad are towards the bottom. But I think once we get into this middle bit with like VP, SSG really close, maybe Nightmare are in like here, but when I put wish I could write an M. But when I put these teams all in this box, I think what I mean by that is actually all of these teams can very comfortably beat each other. You know, right day, right whatever. Whoever plays better on the day will win. I think when we get outside of the box, Team CC need to do a big overperformance, or one of the teams they're playing needs to do a big underperformance for that to swap. And then for Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, again, I think we even need a big underperformance from one of the Korean teams and an overperformance from one of the people in the box to upset those rankings, right? So it's still all possible, stuff like that, but this is where I'd sort of like big picture where I'm putting everyone. So I think, to be fair to CC, if there's anyone, the team most likely to underperform by a large margin, stage pressure, all of this, blah, 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 it is actually Nightmare, isn't it? So all of a sudden, if there is a time for Team CC to upset one of the teams above them, I think it is this first round game, first to 2, first game on stage, blah, 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 blah. And I think also, if Nightmare lose this game, I think we're seeing a Nightmare bomb out situation, okay? Spinning. I'm not saying I don't think it will happen. I think Nightmare are too good and should just beat Team CC. But if there's a time for CC to get a result in this tournament, it is that first game. I don't think they'll do anything after that first game, even if they do give a result, right? But if there's a time, that's the time. And I think even though it should just be beating up on the easiest team, I think this is super important for Nightmare. Because I think if you get bummed by Team CC or lose in any fashion in the first round, they're actually going out on the first day, right? Like if, let's say, in the hypothetical that this goes the other way, and Nightmare have to play again against SSG, Nightmare are going home. Nightmare are going home on day one, right? There's no way out of it if they lose to team. So if they choke that first match, I think that's like tournament's over type stuff for them. But I don't think they will. My prediction is 2-0. just need to play the game. Play the game. Don't get overwhelmed by the occasion. Easier said than done, but that's the key. All right. Then this is the closest one. It's our second game of the day. And this one will be bright and early, maybe 7 a.m. BST. So this is, if you're going to wake up for a game, I mean, this is the game to wake up for. Or if you're going to stay up for a game, this is the game to stay up for. Virtus Pro versus Once Again. Now, people are going to say bias, but I think Virtus Pro win this one. And honestly, my reasoning's pretty simple. I think we might be in a Winston meta, blah, 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 blah. Might be really tough. But what's the big key difference here? Now, I feel like no one's talked about yet. I was watching other people, I watched Platchat, I watched other people talk about this stuff. No one's keyed in. Human Readable is actually the first person I've seen key into the important question. Oh yeah, sorry, Lord Denning as well. Virtus Pro get map pick. There's 3 maps. So where is this series going, right? It's going Lijiang Tower. Virtus Pro win Lijiang Tower. I know they lost to T1 on the Orisa Mirror, but the Orisa Mirror was quite new. And they've had time to fix this, etc., etc. I also think, once again, once you take them off Winston, the aura goes quite heavily, right? I think Donghak is probably actually a bit better rounded in some of these situations. I think you lose so much from Once Again in this in these situations. So you win Lijiang Tower if you're Virtus Pro. Then if I'm Once Again, if I'm good, what map do I ban? Circuit, Royal, oh no, not ban, but I pick Route 66, I block the escort, right? I block the escort. Because I think there's not like a fixed order, right? It's still just loser picks, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't say explicitly, but I'm presuming that's how it works. So, if Once Again don't protect escort by picking it themselves in second map, they're actually fucking cooked, right? Because they're not beating Vesta in any kind of Sig mirror. Why does VP get the initial map pick? Higher seed. And this is going to be important for Virtus Pro going through the tournament. And this is what we'll get to SSG later when we get to the lower bracket. But SSG are going to be a little bit screwed by they have a worse side of a bracket because they have such bad seeding. And it means they're not going to have that opening map pick in so many situations. But because of that, let's say they do block escort, right? So we play Lijiang Tower, then we play Route 66 as the choice for Once Again. Then I think you've got pretty decent options, right? Because remember as well, maybe you Lijiang Tower, ban Anna, right? Ban Anna, Lijiang Tower. Then can we maybe go to like a Runasapi or something? Presuming escort's off the table, right? Can we go Runasapi, ban Winston? Maybe something like that, right? Maybe that's how I'm doing the draft. King's Row may be an option, like with a Winston ban especially. Maybe that's really fine too, like King's Row, Runasapi, Winston ban. Maybe Suravasa I think is like still really good for Bull. So I feel like I've not really seen Gushway playing that much Bull, but remember when that time he played Doom and he was really good at it, so maybe he's got like the dive hero pool is just unlocked. But I think either way you break it down, there's a few really good options here. I mean, it's going to be a 2-1, but Virtus Pro have the advantage. Very mid on Bull, yeah. There's a chance he plays Doomfist, but I think Doomfist, I feel like we've not really seen it have that much success. I know Donghak tried to play some of it in the SOOP Cup, but it also didn't look great for Donghak, right? It didn't look like he was actually good. He was doing loads, and he swapped off to Winston when he had the chance. Hazard might be an option, sure. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Hazard would be the more likely side grade. But I think you're still really okay with that. Either way, I think Virtus Pro have enough good options that best of 3 especially are able to get over the line. Okay, so then we get our next set of options. Should we do it in chronological order so we go to lower bracket? So now we'll enter best of 5 after this first set of 4 games. SSG, Team CC are going home. If you saw my interview with Hunter, he's so excited about this game. He is so excited to send a Chinese team home on the first day of a Hangzhou Major in front of all their fans. The they are ready to send them home. I guess they might live nearby already, but send them out of the arena, out of the tournament. I think there won't be much recourse from Team CC. But maybe CC get a map if SSG get carried away because the first ones are too easy. And then they troll like an Esperanza or something. That'd be such vintage SSG, right? To hard roll the first two maps, troll an Esperanza lead, lose the Esperanza in the last 2 minutes, then just go back to dominating on fourth map. But either way, they're on top. So then OWCS versus once again. I feel like OWCS are just OWCS are the 8th seed in this tournament for clarity. So it's understandable if you're the 8th seed out of 8, you're gonna have a shit fucking bracket probably, right? And what OWCS have got is a shit fucking bracket, right? Even if once again beat Virtus Pro, they're just playing Virtus Pro instead. So I think OWCS, I could see him taking a map, but I think this is once again winning. And it's a bit of a shame, really, because I like big parts of the OWCS team. I think Landon, Checkmate, Lubta all had really great stage ones. It's a rough meta for them. And best of 5, we talked about how good the map pool is for dive. I think once again have too much quality on the dive. And again, I think Junkbuck will make a good go of it, right? I think his bans will be good. I think they'll put once again in tricky situations, which is why I think OWCS can get a map. But I think once again are too good. Because one narrative that I feel like has been spun right up, right? Spun right up. Oh, wait. How's the seeding calculated? All right. The seeding's calculated. It's basically, if I remember correctly, it's the 2 Korean teams at the top. So it's actually, obviously, at respect, Falcons actually won. So it's Falcons first, CR second, and then because of results at Stockholm, it's NA next, which is Nightmare. NA first, EMEA first, which is VP. And then it's China first, which feels reasonable enough. And then this is where everyone gets a bit upset, and I think rightly so, about the power rankings. Then it is Team CC. So it's China second, then NA second, which is SSG. Again, following the pattern. And then it's OWCS in last. So, to be fair, I think it's pretty close. If they just move Team CC to the bottom, I think we're probably looking at really reasonable seat. Like, I'd be perfectly on board with the seedings. The idea that China second should automatically get the spot above NA and EMEA second I don't know what the case for it is. I don't know what the case for it is. What's the money spread? I can show you the money spread. Let's see. Maybe I can't. Oh, I guess because it's whatchamacallit, crowdfunded. So it doesn't have percentages either. So it's not even said, because sometimes it will tell you the percentage, even if it doesn't tell you the total amount. You then have Nightmare playing SSG. Yeah, but we're in the same situation, no? Because if, let's say once again beat Virtus Pro, right? Which isn't that improbable. Then we just get OWCS versus Virtus Pro in the first round of lowers 1. Then you have Nightmare playing SSG. What do you mean in No, because it'll be. Wait, hold on. Let me use a different color out of respect. So let's see. So if I did it my rankings, so then it would have been SSG, right? SSG, OWCS, CC. Let me use a different color. I'll map it out for you. Because then it would be Falcons versus CC, CR versus OWCS. Oh yeah, SSG versus Nightmare, and VP versus once again. Yeah. Yeah, so I can sort of see the problem, but I don't know. then they get mixed ones in the lower bracket, right? And if anything, is it not better to have the best of 5 be mixed than the best of 3? Because I feel like what's most likely to happen in the bracket we have got is, let's say once again beat Virtus Pro, because that's like the closest 50-50 game. And then we just get Virtus Pro versus OWCS, round 1 lower bracket. OWCS will go home. We don't get to see OWCS play anyone except for Virtus Pro that we've seen them lose to a couple of times already. And of course, Falcons, which is a hard game. We don't really get to see them. So you kind of run that risk anyway with this type of our bracket. But I just feel like it's really hard to justify that Team CC should be above these 2 teams. Right? Like, what's the relevance here for China C2 to be above the other C2s? Other than just trying to artificially make it all mixed games in the first round, you know? Doesn't matter what the games are, they could have... Yeah, I think there's also, like, I think you just... The way you approach seeding in a tournament is you put the seeding in the fairest way possible, right? And using previous major results to determine region seeding feels fair enough to me. You do that, and then whatever happens, happens. You just pick the fairest version. And then if a bracket ends up feeling a bit scuffed, then that's just the nature of it, right? That's just what happens. You make the seeding as fair as possible, because competitive integrity and all of that. You want the tournament to be as fairly seeded as possible. If you start artificially moving people up seedings, it's going to have knock-on consequences throughout, you know? Like, we'll see this a little bit when we see Nightmare are going to have a pretty reasonable run of it. I mean, I guess they are like a better seed, but if people get upset, like, I know people said it's like Esports World Cup, right? And obviously there were problems at the Esports World Cup with how the seeding worked out of groups. But if somebody fucks up in groups and it's going to throw the bracket off, that's just what happens. You know, that's the consequences of that. And we get the big games at different times, you know, whatever. But I think that's just, if the bracket plays out in a weird way, it plays out in a weird way. Just make the seeding up front, make it seem as fair as possible to all the regions, all the teams based on previous results, and then let the bracket go. But anyway, that was a bit of a detour into seeding. But we're here for the bracket. We know what the stakes are. We know what our result is. So, yeah, once again, beat OWCS. SSG send Team CC out in front of 5,500 crying Chinese fans. Ooh. Get Chris to do a quiz to determine seedings. I feel like he can get away with a little bit sillier stuff in double elim if a team gets fucked in seeding. Yeah. I mean, all of these things, all of these problems we talk about are all mitigated by bigger and longer brackets. Keep my DMs. Can do that. Wait, hold on. I'll respond to you. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to type more to you. This is a warning. Yes, Panda. That first one. And also, can we change the text? Can we change text to... I don't know if that will fit on 2 lines. If it can't fit on 2 lines, sorry guys, you're getting a peek behind the scenes of. Can it look like that? Don't forget the asterisks as well after. I can't type it because it fucks with the editing, but yeah. Wait, maybe I can. Oh yeah, it's just one. Okay, like that second one. Yeah, edit that. So it's not confused. Okay, hopefully that makes all sense. Nice keyboard. This is, I mean, actually, I can probably turn NVIDIA Broadcast on again. Broadcast. Audio. Noise removal. All right. Where were we? Sorry. Upper bracket, right? Fast forward. This is the start of day 2. So, all right, we'll start with the easy one. Crazy Raccoon. I mean, whether Nightmare, they conquer any sort of performance issues or anything like this. I mean, they're just not beating Crazy Raccoon. So, you'd have to have you'd have to be the most optimistic person in North America, which I think is a position already filled by Donald Trump, to think that Nightmare can beat Crazy Raccoon. On the other hand, though, maybe there's some interest here. Falcons versus Virtus Pro. Many such cases. I think Falcons will win. It's not a hot take, really. I guess how close can Virtus Pro get? I think we're in map territory. I think there's, you know, we talk about the Circuit Royale pick. Obviously, remember, Falcons do have first map choice here. So if Virtus Pro lose that first map, Virtus Pro can do the Circuit Royale, take the map. And I know people say Hambin Winston. I feel like the biggest difference maker, these dive comps, or when you're trying to play dive, is Vienna. So there's a chance. I think this will be closer than maybe, it's going to be like classic cope. I think this will be closer than a lot of the Korea versus EME games we've seen before. I think Virtus Pro are probably the best looking team we've had in EMEA for quite a while, honestly. I think, not to lean too much on that way result, but it was a really classy victory. So I had a lot of faith in Smash, a lot of faith in the players. I think maybe for Virtus Pro, what I need a little bit more is once you get to playing these top teams, right? You don't just need to play well as a team. You also need somebody to pop off. And I think Jwoo, maybe the prime candidate for that. Maybe Shockwave can step up as well. We always talk about Shockwave as one of the smartest hit scans, a great in-game leader, a great out-of-game leader. But the level is going to be super high here. We need someone to pop off in-game as well. And I think Vessler and Jwoo may be your most likely candidates, but if Shockwave can step up as well, we talk about upsetting a big team, right? These are the sort of things that need to happen to make that possible. Okay, then lower bracket. All right. Where are we going first? Once again versus Nightmare. We'll do it in chronological order again. I mean, I think once again are winning. My feeling with Nightmare is they're probably going to play more Winston than they maybe should. I feel like one of the key parts to Nightmare's success domestically in the North American Stage 1 was their ability to play multiple comps and win on those multiple comps and show different looks. And I wonder how much of that they're really going to show, because I feel like we didn't see a lot of it in the SOOP Cup. We didn't really see the bans and the everything trying to force them off these difficult situations. They can't just went blow for blow, but the SOOP Cup is the SOOP Cup, right? And if there's a time just to try and go blow to blow, the SOOP Cup maybe feels like it. So I hope Nightmare show greater breadth in terms of the comps they use and try and win. Because I think, obviously you hear people in the interviews talk about Winston, everyone's playing Winston in China. But I think everything else is quite viable as well. You know, if you've got Gooshway, then fuck it, sure, we're playing Winston everywhere. But when you have someone like Cuffer who has a really good level on Ram, Hazard, other stuff as well, I think lean into that more. Make it difficult for once again, because you put these guys in a clutch, you're just not buying it, you know. Not right now. They'll start tomorrow morning for the drops. So, 3-0, or once again a win. Do Nightmare get a map? I'm kind of tempted to say no, honestly. You think it might be Gushway's second best non-dive hero? Possibly. I just can't see him. If he just ends up in a Orisa Mirror versus Vess or someone, like maybe he's just cooked, or maybe versus Kufra it's okay. Giving the alcoholics a map. Are they alcoholics? Okay. And then... Are you gonna put the bracket pred as a separate YouTube video? Probably not, just because I've really taken my time with it, you know, so we're actually looking at quite a long one. SSG versus Virtus Pro. This is it, right? I think, especially think about when this game's gonna happen in course of a bracket, right? So if everything goes as we think, OWCS, dead. Nightmare, dead. And then, what happens? Virtus Pro versus SSG. This is it. North America versus EMEA. This is the fucking decider. Which region will be stronger in Hangzhou out of the two? Who gets the better seeding? Who potentially, maybe, if rumors are to be believed, even gets an extra spot at the Esports World Cup or something crazy, right? Like, there's a lot to play for. I mean, to be fair, maybe you'd have to go a lot further with extra spot. But either way, pride is on the line. Do SSG beat Virtus Pro? Oh, this is the hardest prediction. Everything else I felt pretty confident in so far. SSG versus Virtus Pro. Gotta remember SSG do currently employ me. I think the head, heart, or wallet. Head, heart, 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 wallet. The wallet says SSG. The heart says SSG because I want Unter to do well. The head, I think VP are a better team. But are they a better team in a Winston heavy meta? That's like, from the head argument, right? That's the only one. That's the only one that sort of swings it for me. Are they better in that one? Yeah, I think it's tight, but probably yeah. Who gets first pick? Virtus Pro will get first map pick. And Virtus Pro will get first map pick. So it means we'd probably go to Lijiang Tower. If VP win that, Unter will probably block escort, take us to route. Then, let's say they lose that, it's SSG's pick. SSG goes somewhere like... Probably, maybe even Blizzard World? Blizzard World or King's Row. They win that map. Then we go to Push. Push is a fucking Runasapi or something. Maybe they win it. And then Virtus Pro get 5th map pick, right? And then they could send us to... like a Surabasa or something, maybe. Maybe their best choice. Maybe a King's Row. Yeah. Yeah, Tennis Fury. I think we could be in Tennis Fury. It depends if they've oh yeah, no, actually, yeah, you're right. You're right, actually, like, you're right. If they win if everything goes perfectly as I think it will, which won't happen. But in theory, Circuit Reality will be open. We'll go to a map 5 circuit, and SSG will have to pray to every god they've ever heard of to try and win that map. So yeah, it's like a where's my bracket gone? Here we go. Yeah, it's like a 3-2. Okay. If only we could check map win rates. Yeah, but the only problem is, like, you get us with all Overwatch data, is like the meta moves on a little bit. Do all the modes reopen for map 5? Yeah. Yeah. So the map 5 pick is going to be everything. Everything. Which is why having high seed is so important. Yeah. yeah, they can. SSG's best hope is to block it and then just win the other maps in a row, right? Because if they get taken to stuff like, if SSG take them to stuff like King's Row or Runasapi or Esperanza, there's still a real chance, you know. It's dive favored, I think, but not to like a colossal degree, really. Like maybe more like a 60-40 type thing or 65-35. There's more chance to steal a result on that one. So this is why, you know, earlier when I was talking about like Virtus Pro having that higher seeding than a lot of these teams. So not only have SSG, because everyone's talked about SSG having to play Crazy Raccoon first because they lost. Because they lost the finals against Nightmare, right? They get second seed. But I think the consequences are actually a lot bigger than that. Because now once we get to this lower bracket, it means SSG, the only team they're above in the seeding is OWCS and Team CC. Both of which we expect to go home on day one. If those two teams go home in day one, SSG will already be in the lower bracket, and they'll be bottom of the lowest seeded team left, meaning SSG, every series after day one, SSG have to play without map pick on map one. Oh yeah, no, they are below Team CC. You're right, sorry Wilder, yeah, I was using the seedings I wanted them to be rather than real life, but if we go into real life, you're right. So yeah, SSG actually just have no fucking... Only OWCS they would get map pick against. Team CC, I don't think it'll be a problem. I think they just beat him. Like, Team CC aren't very good. But then, once we get to... Because this part here, maybe this is like where wheat and chaff is separated, right? These are the important games. This is our... You remember that box I showed you at the middle of, like, the different tiers that teams are in? This is the box. These are the teams in the box, and this is how we figure out who is top of the box. You'll regret your words when Team CC get fourth. I just can't see it. No one's given me a convincing argument. And nothing I've seen in scrims convinces me either. Like I said, the only chance is like Nightmare underperforming due to pressure or something. I mean, people keep telling me about Gargar's ball. When was the last time you saw this motherfucker play ball? Did you guys watch China? I see no ball. There's no ball. Where's the ball? Ace up his sleeve. Yeah, Chengdu Hunters, yeah. Ooh. Before SOOP, did you think Nightmare would beat Wei? I thought it would be closer. I know if I beat him, I would have probably put him around the same type of level. They wanted to make it close. They were saving ball for Hangzhou. Yeah, no. They're saving nothing. Yeah, it's just all comes down to the seeding, Daniel. So all the NA teams are higher, respectively. Hold on, sorry, I'm looking at an image. Yeah, all the NA teams are higher than their respective seeds in other regions because of that. Well, except for China too, because the seeding's a bit scuffed. But yeah. Let me just respond to this. Now you can't hear it. Now you can't hear all the clacking, right? You heard a clack? No way. They're removing my noise. Sorry. I know it's taking ages. All right. So, which orders has happened? Upper bracket final. Something like that. 3-1 Crazy Raccoon. I think this map pool is so good for them. This meta is so good for them. No one can beat the bloody Ball. Ball is good on so many of these maps. They're so hard to ban against. Fuck. Shu's going to get to play Anna in, like, every possible situation. I know Falcons won the Winston mirror, right? And I know they did it twice. But when I watch those series, there was some divine intervention had to happen to win that Gibraltar. And I know 9K said Gibraltar's a much harder Winston map than the others. Blah, 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 blah. But, okay. They can beat them. They can clutch it out on one map. Can they clutch it out on 5 maps? There's no way. Thank you, Bacon Pancake. Thank you. Welcome back for the 11th month. So I just don't buy. I know, like, always match day Falcons, blah, 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 but I just don't buy it. 5 maps. Maybe they can make it a 3-2. Maybe they can make it close. Maybe they do have a secret weapon. And Hambin will go Diva. Maybe the secret weapon will be the swing factor. But I'm not buying it. No, best of 7 for the grand finals. If you Hambinson clears. Too many people on the copium. All right. Oh, my cam is covering the grand finals. Okay, let's budge me up then. There we go. Now it actually lines up kind of perfectly in some ways, doesn't it? Or close enough. Okay, so right, once again versus Virtus Pro. Now, I was going to talk about this earlier, but it felt like a lot of once again games straightforward. I hear people talk about once again, right? And there seems to be 2 main categories people fall into. Of 1, they've not played in ages, they can't be that good. Or, you know, just blind copium. The boys are going to get it done on Winston again. And I think one of the arguments I don't buy into at all is that it's been too long since they played. Nah, no way. Bullshit. Like, they've been playing consistently for 4 months, and they've been playing a bunch before that as well. Yeah, the times you're looking at on your screen right now are UK times. Well, I watched Plat Chat as well, and they were, like, gassing up once again, and then they fucking said, they've not played in ages, and I'm like, they've been scrimming the whole fucking time. You think these guys are going to be washed? Like, they're still the good. And they get to play their best heroes, you know? Like, yeah, they play Korean Ladder. They've been playing this entire time. They played Pro Chaser. They played the Esports World Cup. They scrimmed a bunch in between that as well. And then they've had the full game for most of this year. They've done an entire stage and been scrimming these top Korean teams all the time. And remember, what have... talked about it with Wheats in my interview, talked about it with Hunter. This happens every time teams go to Korea. What happens when you go to the Korea bootcamp? You get to play not just for Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. You get to scrim Zeta Division, you get to scrim T1, you get to scrim Wei, you get to scrim all the other top Western teams who have, or Chinese teams on this occasion that have come out to bootcamp in Korea as well. You have an excellent scrim bubble. Once again, have had full access to this excellent scrim bubble for months. Longer. Why would they not be up to scratch, right? So I think, really, we can expect to see a lot from once again. You know, maybe some of the closest I'd accept in that type of argument will be something like, they've not played in front of a major crowd, major stage since the Esports World Cup. You know, like, they've only had one proper event in quite a long time. So it's with their first big event. But, I mean, look at the players we're talking about. Seasoned professionals. Seasoned. These guys have played in some of the biggest crowds we've ever had in Overwatch. And performed really fucking well in front of these crowds too, you know? So, I'm not buying into this narrative at all that they will be, like, rusty. People keep saying the word rusty. I'm not buying it at all. Talking all this talk to give people win anyway. What are they? Cast iron? They cast iron. They get better. They get better with more use. So, once again, versus Virtus Pro. Really similar to this. I think we're looking super close series. Again, we got to remember seeding, right? Map pick, all of this. So do we get a tennis? So the question is really, do we get a tennis theory situation? You know, where Virtus Pro will win Lijiang Tower, then they'll maybe go to Route 66. But really similar logic to what we did against SSG. Or to once again just have that level above SSG and that'll push them over the edge. I think it's tight. I think, like, we're 3-2ing one way or the other. I think I'm buying into the underhype. And I think, once again, good for the clutch. Are we more one-tricking than SSG? Yeah, but is that really in a way where SSG can actually beat? Where SSG could actually beat Virtus Pro and any of those non-comps where they're not playing Winston? Like, if Kellen has to lock Orisa versus Vestala, is that really a net advantage? I can see, like, this one is the one I've got, like, most trepidation about. This could really go either way. Your lack of faith in our holy savior Smash? I mean, if anyone can do it, Smashy can do it. But I think the meta lines up really nicely for once again. I think Rush isn't doing their bans anymore, and this will be a huge fucking help, honestly. And I am from the UK, yes. And these times on your screen are in the UK, if you're trying to do the time conversion for yourself. Okay. And then we get Falcons versus once again. Probably. So, the question is, do Falcons, I asked Nike in the interview, right? It happened at the Overwatch World Cup. It happened at the Esports World Cup. And it happened all way back when in Overwatch League as well. So we'll once again trick these bloody silly Falcons into one more dive mirror. When Falcons have basically already publicly admitted, we're probably just going to play Winston everywhere. And you know what I think? I think everyone, third time's the charm. It's technically fourth time. Will they do it with Hanbin? You know what I think the difference maker's going to be? Everyone talks about Winston, right? Hanbinson versus Gushway. It's simply, it's an unclosable gap. But some people trying to claim fourth time's the charm now. You know what I think the big difference maker in all of these series where we've seen this once again core clutch over this Falcons core, Turlens has got it. It was Lengsa playing. The Anna Brig from Monk and Lengsa, incredibly good. Incredibly good. Now they have Mew, aka Evatul, aka whatever bloody name he's used in the meantime. What was the other one? There was another one. I know he uses Oi Oi Oi, that's like his second account. Zernias, that's it. Thank you, Musket. I think he's the weak link. Because everyone talks about Winston's, blah, 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 blah. But I think, you know what SSG's problem is going to be when they play Crazy Raccoon? It's not going to, I don't think it's going to be a Winston. I think Kellen versus Jumpin' Winston, I might even give Kellen the edge on that one. Like, maybe that's a hot take, but I'd give Kellen the edge on that one over Jumpin'. But you know what the difference is going to be in that Crazy Raccoon game? Shu versus CJ. Fuck me, that's hard, right? Fuck me, that's hard. That's insanely hot. I'm saying on Winston, not overall on tank, but on Winston only. You know? But that's where the gap's going to be. So what happens when once again play Falcons? Okay, they have... Guizhui has Winston advantage, and I'm sure he will clutch him some fights. But once we go Monk and whatever he's bloody... and Mew versus Anna Brig versus Fielder and Chio, it's fucking cooked. It's fucking cooked, I think. I think Monk and Lengths have played so well. Like, I'm maybe thinking mostly Overwatch World Cup, but in general, I think they always play so well. Mew on Lucio, I think he's okay. But once we go Kiriko, once we go Brig, it's over, right? And you know what else happens if you've got a weak link player like this, who maybe doesn't like playing non-Lucio heroes, or at least doesn't have the same level? Oh, fuck me. Let's target ban this motherfucker, shall we? We're going to play Winston anyway. You think once again I'm going to ban fucking Winston? I don't think so. So we're going to be playing Winston anyway. Let's start using, if I'm Falcons, let's start using our bans to fuck with Mew, shall we? Oh, let's ban Brig so you have to play Kiri. Good luck to you, mate. Stuff like this, you know? Let's ban Lucio, force him off something else. So I think, is it still close? Yeah, but I'm thinking like 3-1 here. 3-1. Don't force him on Mercy. Well, so Magic get a map? I mean, he's not had a map so far this year, so I don't think anything's going to change anytime soon. And then we get to the grand finals. And I think, you know, we often get this thing where I mean, it's a version of Slingshot theory, you know, where the team goes down to lower bracket. They have to play loads of games in a row. But then the team that wins lower bracket ends up winning the grand final as well because they successfully complete the Slingshot. But I think this time, again, best of 7, map pool. You know, maybe Falcons get a couple, but it's all Crazy Raccoon all the way. The meta's too good. It suits them. They're so fucking hard to ban against. Riddle me this. What on earth do you ban against Crazy Raccoon? Haha, we'll ban Winston. Oh, fuck, they've gone bald. Oh, we'll ban Ball. Okay, they're just playing Winston. We've still got bloody Hampton, haven't we? Fuck. You know, it's just... I don't think Falcons have a way. I don't think Falcons have a way past Crazy Raccoon at this tournament. Unless, you know, somebody has to go turbo mode on fucking Falcons to close it out. Anna is a good ban. Yeah, true. I think if you force an Anna ban. But again, like, it's still one map, right? Ban raccoons. Hash ban Fangs Quark. Yeah, so like I said, I don't think Falcons are going to get sweeps necessarily or anything like that. And maybe, you know, if I'm Falcons, maybe I can force a max map here and there, right? Maybe suddenly, once we get to this part of the bracket, it's actually Falcons who want to start going, hey, what if we go Circuit Royale and we play a Sig Mirror? Put Max in, will you? Go on, I dare you, put Max in. That type of thing, you know? But, Will this be on YouTube? I'll upload it to the VODs channel, so it'll be preserved in posterity. Because, I'm not normally wrong with predictions, right? Not normally wrong with predictions. Alright, can I... Alright. So I think, yeah, this is what I'm feeling. This is what I expect to happen. I think if you ask me, like, what are the results that can swing the other way? Both for once again VP series. You know what I think is true? I think if once again win this first series and they go to the upper bracket here instead, right? And this is once again, I think there's more chance that once again win this one and actually, you know, go to the upper bracket final than they do once we get here, if that makes sense. I feel like the earlier once again play Falcons, the better. From a once again perspective. Thank you, no idea exactly, right? It's just because I'm late to the stream. Yeah, I'll upload it to YouTube afterwards. Or if you're a Twitch sub, you can watch the VOD immediately. Yeah, I'll put it on YouTube on like the VODs channel, so the second channel. Because we ended up. Because somebody mentioned making it a YouTube video, but I feel like I've actually, like, how long have I been talking now about this bit, right? Like maybe an hour? feel like that's too long a video. And we go down a bunch of fucking tangents and everything like this. Can once again really beat Falcons? Yeah, I think it's possible. I think it's possible, but I think once again are good enough at the dive that they'll beat, say, the Western teams, and they'll beat Team CC, of course. But I think once you get to Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, it's gonna we hit backline gap and these Winston mirrors. And it won't be straightforward to beat once again. I think because obviously this version of a bracket, Crazy Raccoon never run into once again, right? So it's not impossible, etc., etc. I think once again could take maps off these Korean teams, but I also think the backline difference will be too much in the end. Yeah, it was all just about time, Arthur, you know? Like, bear in mind, we're actually now at the 12-hour warning. In 12 hours' time, the opening ceremony begins. So, we're really not far away, are we? Which is exciting news. Okay. Is there anything I've missed? Any good Twitter notifications? Just likes. But yeah, that's the bracket. Can I save this somewhere? Do I need to sign in? Or should I just screenshot it and put it somewhere? Take a screenshot? Yeah, I'll just put it in my... Where should I put it? I'll put it in stream chat in the Discord. Where am I going? And then it's preserved. It's preserved for posterity. Where am I going? Stream chat. Locking it in. All right. Then it's getting close to the time where I need to go make dinner. But I have one more announcement. One more announcement, because obviously it's the Hangzhou Major. We've got lots of cool things that you might have already heard about, right? Like we're going to have... Where is it? We're going to have all the drops, right? New drops every day. So you got to watch... You got to watch 5 hours every day, right? 5 hours every day. Different drops each day. But you guys got 5 hours in you each day. I'm also going to be running reruns because I know a lot of people bad times, miss the start, miss the end, etc. Exactly. So I'll be running reruns as well. I can't control whether they leave the drops running after the tournament ends, but I'll leave them enabled on my side. So if they leave it enabled on their side, then it will just be dropped the entire time. So maybe there's a way around. I can't guarantee it because it's not my button to press. But I'll be running reruns. I'll leave it up. Likewise, all the VODs and everything will be up on my main channel for the full 8-hour VOD if you want to avoid spoilers. All the individual maps if you just want to go watch something key or just want to watch it again will be on my second channel, the VODs channel as well. Things like !YouTube should give you the links if you don't already follow and subscribe. Now, because it's the major, and there's only 8 teams at the major, right? Which I know disappoints some people. We want bigger majors, we want more teams, bigger lands, everything like this. But you know what is the good thing about only having 8 teams at the major? A lot of teams didn't make the major. And what that means is if I want to do a co-stream and I want to have some bloody guests, I can get some bloody guests on. So if I open this, let me zoom it out a little bit so you can see everything. But I'm calling it Broken Slingshot Club. Because it wasn't just Chrissy's slingshot that broke. There was a lot of broken slingshots. So what we're going to do is we're going to get a bunch of guests on. Now, everyone said they might drop in, so I can't guarantee we get all the guests because, time zones and everything like that. I'll bet money on it right now. Fucking 5:30 a.m. when the opening ceremony starts. I don't think anyone, maybe Danny will be awake because of time zones, but everyone else will probably be asleep. So it might just be me at the start, but the guests will drop in and around the stream, so we'll get plenty of coverage. This isn't everyone as well. Like obviously more people are invited. This is just like the people. This is just like the core, I guess. So we'll get more people on if they're about. Obviously, I know some people, because there was a few people I asked who were like on holiday and stuff and away, but we'll get these boys in. We'll watch it all together. We'll give our takes. I've also very, very handily managed to get OPR access, which means, for those who don't know, OPR is the Tournament Realm, which is where the games are taking place in China, which means once we get the replay codes updated in the replay sheet, it means we can actually go and look at some of those replays as well. So I don't know if we would be able to do it like right after the series, for example, you know, because it depends on when they update the sheet, and they might just not update it till the end of the day or something. But it means maybe before the next day or anything like that, we have a chance to go through and look at some of the specifics, right? So that should be quite fun. I think that's quite a big boon in terms of access like that. But yeah. All right. And with that then, they play mid-season patch. I think they're just playing the same patch as SOOP. I don't know if there's actually like a patch we're missing. Yeah, like I don't think we're going to be on like a weird patch or anything. I can't remember what they said. Someone told me ages ago, but I'm pretty sure we're just on the patch that's live right now. The cast buff patch. Yeah, the same one we saw at SOOP. I think the main reason they're using OPR is just to control the environment a little bit more, rather than anything else. All right. And it's nearly dinner time. I'm gonna go get dinner started. I think steak and potatoes today. Yeah, it also means replay codes won't be wiped, so we'll have plenty of time in the week after to slam through, rewatch all the games, pick it all apart a little bit as well, which means the week following it, we should have some good stuff to watch as well. All right. Who's next to As Crispy from Genji? Obviously, he's incognito in that photo. All right, then. I think that's everything. I'm going to go sorting this out, then. He's the guy top left. Was the only picture you found? Yeah. All right. So I should find someone to raid. I will upload the VOD of this onto YouTube. Who's streaming? Time streaming. Rated Time the other day. Eggs tried to collaborate earlier. Do we reward a misclicked eggs with a raid? Yeah, let's do it. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Hopefully you enjoyed. Bit of a VOD review, bit of a preview. Obviously, I'll be on Brighton early tomorrow so we can talk more about all of the games. There's plenty to discuss, plenty to unfold. Until then, let me send you the way of eggs. And yeah, see you all tomorrow. The start of the Hangzhou Major. If you weren't here at the start of the stream as well, I said at the start of the stream, but I know we've got some new people here as well. I've seen a few sneaky peeky pictures of the event, the arena, everything they're setting up, and honestly, it's so fucking good. It's so good. So do not miss it. I think this is going to be one of the most. I don't know about like close of games, blah blah blah, but in terms of spectacle, the venue, the crowd, my expectations are actually sky high for this. Absolutely sky high. Is it too late to buy tickets? Yeah, it's sold out. It's sold out, mate. So yeah, set your alarms, or get your if you're European or from EMEA, set your alarms. If you're North American, maybe consider a bit of a midnight nap, or just invest in caffeine, because it's going to be so excited. First major of the year, Hangzhou. Can't ask for more. I'll see you all in just under 12 hours. Take care, everyone.